Welcome to the Calexico City Council, Calexico Redevelopment Successor Agency, Calexico Finance Authority regular meeting. Meeting is now in session. Called to order at 6:35 p.m. Roll call.
Mayor Diana Noricumbo,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Victor Legaspi,
Present.
Councilmember Lisa Tylinda,
Here.
Councilmember Adriana Marquez,
Present.
Councilmember Lorenzo Calderon.
Present.
We have quorum.
Okay, thank you. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Okay, please remain standing for invocation by Pastor Cesena.
Let us pray. The Word of God says in Psalms 33:12, "Blessed is the nation whose God is the Lord." And Father, as we come to you, we praise you and exalt you. We ask that you may forgive our sins and remove all wrong feelings. We are praying for a blessed Calexico and our Imperial Valley. We ask that you may continue to raise up leaders in wisdom and counsel, leaders that may remain vigilant and guarding their hearts and our families. We ask that we may be surrounded by people who support our community and encourage our leaders, community leaders, to achieve what's best for our cities. We pray for Calexico, that Calexico may be known as a city of blessings for those who live here and those who do business here. We know that you are our refuge and our strength. And on this day, we join to place this meeting in your hands. In Jesus' name, we pray. Amen. Amen. God bless Calexico.
Thank you. Please be seated. Closed session.
Thank you, Mayor. We do not have any closed session items this evening since we did not partake in closed session today.
Okay, thank you. Approval of the agenda. Do I have a motion to approve?
Mayor, staff's recommending we continue item number 8, discuss and review proposed EMS and study for the Calexico Fire Department. So we're recommending continuing that item to a future meeting.
Okay, so the recommendation is to remove item number 8 and continue that item for a future meeting. Other than that, do I have a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Seconded by Councilmember Calderon. Roll call.
Mayor Diana Noricumbo,
Yes?
Mayor Pro Tem Victor Legaspi,
Yes.
Councilmember Lisa Tylinda,
Yes.
Councilmember Adriana Marquez,
Yes.
Councilmember Lorenzo Calderon.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, thank you. We're going to start with our presentations, and our very first presentation is, can we have our acting fire chief come up here and stand in the middle, please? All right, this award is presented to Juan Contreras for your service as acting city manager of the city of Calexico from June 2024 to March 2025. And I want to express, I'm going to sit down a little bit so I'm not leaning. I want to express our sincere gratitude for helping us out, helping our city out, and like a good fireman, I keep telling him he came in when everybody runs out, firemen come in, and he came in to help our city until we're able to bring in some of our help. So we really appreciate what you did for us Mr. Contreras. We are very grateful, and we want the city to know that everything that you've done for us has been great, and it's very much appreciated. Would other council members like to say something?
I'd like to say a few words. I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to Fire Chief Juan Contreras for answering that important phone call approximately 8 months ago. It was an altering career situation. I'm sure a few weeks later he probably pondered he should have allowed that to go to voicemail. But I'm glad that you did not. You chose to step it up and take such an important role. I want to thank Juan for his outstanding work as acting city manager. At times, he had to manage some challenging situations, putting out fires figuratively. But what do you expect from a first responder? Time again, Juan found solutions and actively and swiftly resolved issues, demonstrating the true leadership qualities we need at times of crisis. Juan faced much criticism from the public, yet he handled it professionally. Some of the concerns voiced were based on a lack of awareness about the underlying issues that were in confidence. If they knew what was going on, they would have better understood the difficult decisions that Juan had to make. What truly sets Juan apart is his genuine care for the people. He was always approachable with open door policies, and without fail was on the ground where his presence was needed. One of Juan's most admirable qualities is the respect he had earned from his colleagues, department heads, employees, and council members. He treated everyone with fairness and with dignity. His integrity, ethical standards, and unwavering commitment to the people he served were always evident in his actions. Thank you, Juan, for your dedication and service, and I do not doubt that you will continue to accomplish great things. God bless you, Juan.
Juan, you are an intangible asset, your mind and your experience. Thank you for providing the highest level of customer service to our community and everything you've done and are going to do. We're lucky to have you. Thank you.
I know that I've said this before. Thank you for putting up with us, all of us, and also thank you for having that open door policy. Specifically, I know I've heard from a lot of members of the community. You've had that, and they really appreciate you taking that time out of a very busy schedule to meet with them and listen to their concerns. So thank you for that one.
Well, good evening, everyone, and thank you for joining us tonight. I've also said the same thing. I have 2 months of knowing this individual because I've been sitting here for 2 months now. Juan, I just want to thank you for your hard work and dedication. You always answered my calls when our communities were complaining about issues in the city. But most important, Juan, what I learned about you is that you're a great mentor. Not only a mentor to the individuals that you've come up through your career, but also a mentor to those that just started within our fire department. I have never seen this man or any man fight for his workers, and I think that's a great quality. It's not given to you. You earned it because of your respect. And again, I wish you the best, and I look forward to working with you and improving our EMS services for Calexico, because everyone in here deserves the best service. And thank you again.
Rosa, can you please stand up? This is Juan's this is Juan's wife. Rosa, thank you for and the little one for allowing us to borrow Juan for the past, 8-9 months, when he was only supposed to stay with us for like 3 weeks. So I know it was hard with the family, but thank you, and again, God bless you.
Thank you. So we want to hear his speech.
Oh, I'm just happy my uniform fit. But no, I couldn't have done this, obviously, with all the department heads, all the employees of Calexico, not only the directors, but the managers, every single one of the employees that does work together as a group, does work together as a team. The council for giving me the opportunity to come in. You know, when I raised my hand and say, yeah, I'll do it, and then, you know, what did I do on Monday? But, you know, it was a great learning experience. I think I did grow a lot as an individual over the last 8-9 months with the help of, like I mentioned, the employees always coming together and working together. And I think that's the beauty of Calexico, is not only the employees, but the community as a whole, their feedback, their constructive criticism as we can take it and build from it, learn from it, and make this city great again. But thank you so much.
Thank you. So here's a plaque so you can remember your your nightmare. And okay, we're going to move forward with our recognition to some great athletes that we have in our city. For those of you that know me, I'm a soccer mom, and I'm very proud to well, I was a soccer mom, but still am. And I'm very proud to make these presentations to these kids who I know with experience that there's a lot of sacrifice. There's a lot of events they don't go to, you know, birthday parties, and same with the parents and the families, because we're out there, you know, with our children. Soccer is a beautiful sport. It's a family gathering every weekend and 3 times in a week. So we want to recognize the hard work, and not just the hard work, but they actually went out and they got some championships here for us. So we're going to start with recognizing the Calexico Earthquakes. If you guys can please come up. You play too? Or are you just your brother? Oh, you're the cheerleader. She plays? Wow. How about the coach? So the City of Calexico, this is a mayoral recognition presented to the Calexico Parents Association. Calexico Earthquakes, congratulations for your triumphs and becoming champions of the Las Vegas Mayor's Tournament All-Stars. We celebrate these outstanding athletes, and we hope that you guys come back for more recognitions very soon. So if you guys, I don't know if some parents want to take pictures, or are we good? And before they leave, they'd like to say a few words.
Muy buenas tardes a todos los que están aquí. Para que sea más rápido, más fluido, vamos a dar reconocimiento no solo a los a los logros que han tenido estos niños de nuestro club Calexico Earthquakes, sino a todos los clubes del Valle Imperial que participan en nuestra liga. A mí me gustaría mencionar mucho a todas las high schools del Valle Imperial, que el 80% de ellas lograron llegar hasta instancias finales de CIF. Y al terminar sus compromisos en high school, todos se vienen a participar a nuestra liga Calexico. Tenemos en nuestro club niños que han representado a Calexico en el lado en México también, siendo campeones nacionales, siendo campeones estatales. Muchos niños del club van a Phoenix, vienen y se traen trofeos cada que salen. Nos toca ver clubes como IB Socal, cada que van a San Diego regresan al Valle representando al Valle Imperial con campeonatos. Tenemos a los niños de Socal Elite que van y ganan competencias nacionales a donde se presentan equipos Dynamo que llegan a muchas instancias muy grandes y participan en nuestra liga. Lo que nos gustaría a nosotros como clubes, como entidad de soccer, el apoyo a tener unas mejores instalaciones en la ciudad. Tenemos la mejor liga, gente de otras partes nos está volteando a ver, representamos con mucho orgullo a Calexico y la verdad nos gustaría que la ciudad nos apoyara a todos los papás que estamos esperando tener algo digno de lo que practicamos, algo digno de los logros que estamos construyendo por los niños. La verdad nos sentimos sin tener absolutamente un parque con condiciones para tantos niños que tenemos en nuestro club, solamente Calexico Earthquakes. Ahorita estaban muchos en Open House, otros tienen compromisos de partidos. Tenemos arriba de 100 niños en diferentes categorías, desde nacidos en 2020 hasta nacidos en 2012. Los clubes de IB Socal tienen sus categorías desde chiquitos hasta, creo, me parece, Andrés, 17 años. O sea, la verdad somos tantos equipos aquí en Calexico que quisiéramos tener en Calexico algo digno, algo fuerte para que la gente no tuviera la necesidad de irse a otras ciudades, de irse a otros lugares con estos compromisos. La competencia la tenemos aquí. La verdad sí nos gustaría, a mí me toca el día con día ir a ayudar a los campos, señor Ñero, a pintar los campos, y tenemos de representante a la señora Carmen Estrada que día a día lucha por nosotros, y la verdad nos gustaría que la ciudad nos apoyara sin la necesidad de estar viniendo a las juntas y estar pidiendo cada meeting el apoyo, que se notara ese apoyo por los niños y hacerlo por ellos mismos, porque los mismos miembros del council son de Calexico. Háganlo por sociedad. Gracias.
Gracias. Y así va a ser. Así va a ser. En eso estamos trabajando. Okay, so así va a ser. Sí reconocemos la necesidad de que hace falta campos para el fútbol. Entonces, estamos trabajando en eso. Las cosas en los municipios toman tiempo, pero cada semana estamos buscando la manera. Okay, next team is Calexico Soccer. Come on up. Okay, this is Calexico Soccer, also known as Bombo Club. And this recognition is for winning the Copa Cachanilla. So congratulations. And then you guys-
Hello guys, I'm Ari Garcia and I began playing soccer in the 3rd grade when I noticed I had talent. Considering I was a beginner with no prior experience, I began playing and practicing more and soon became a good player. Not only did I develop skills, but I also grew a passion for the sport that no one could take away from me. However, parks in Calexico make it difficult, not for just us, but anyone who wishes to use them, as they're either packed with trash or roaming with homeless or simply not in good condition, so thoroughly practiced for any sport. Despite these conditions, it never takes away from playing with a bombastic team, and I really enjoy playing with these girls, and we have talent and an incredible connection with one another that girls would die for, which we should train harder and become the best version of ourselves as players and individuals, and prove those who doubt us wrong in life. We always win in life. We always win and lose, but a loss is not only a loss but a lesson. We have all lost together, cried together, and maybe even been at our lowest together. Yet, despite all, we consoled each other and pushed for success, as proven by this recent tournament. I, along with many others who have seen us play, know that this is a bombastic team and we have a lot of potential. We should always fight from the first minute to the last minute, and I know it could be very tiring and rough, but when you're out on the field, you shouldn't let anything or anyone stop you from performing your best. If you make a mistake, don't let it drag you down. If the other team is taunting you, the best revenge you can do is pass them and score. Anyway, I love my team with all my Bomoclat heart, and they're so special to me, and I look forward to playing with them on the next time on the field. Thank you.
Okay. Hi, good afternoon. My name is Yana Gil, and I've been playing soccer since I was 5. At first, I never imagined playing this game, but my sister inspired me. I grew up watching her, supporting her from the stands, and eventually I followed in her footsteps. High school soccer meant everything to our team, but now that the season is over, we've joined a club team. However, we've been struggling to find available parks in Calexico to practice. Most fields are packed, making it hard for us to train properly. Our team has grown tremendously, and we put in so much effort every single day. We've experienced wins and losses, but through it all, we've lifted each other up and grown stronger together. We are committed to improving, but we need a dedicated space to train. We would truly appreciate any help in securing a park where we can practice peacefully. Having a reliable place to train will not only benefit our team, but also grow the sport in our community. I love y'all with all my heart. You're so special to me. I cherish every moment we spend on the field together, and I'm looking forward to the next one, knowing we don't have many left. And to finalize, I want to thank the parents for always supporting us and being there each game. They always make it fun, and the porra is always loud. Without them, we wouldn't be here. Thank you for your time and support.
Keep up the good work. Okay, the next recognition is for the SoCal boys team. Come on up. Coach? Wake up, boys. Did they all go dye their hair together? Todos están rayitos. Congratulations. Okay, so the SoCal boys team, they are the champions of the San Diego Division 4 tournament. Thank you for the time that you dedicate to this beautiful sport, and congratulations, and keep up the good work. Let's have a round of applause.
Okay, just clarify a little about it. It's SoCal and Dynamo, the team that ended together into becoming to Southwest High School, which competed in CIF in Division 4. And we were runner-ups, reaching the final. And this experience has come through a lot because I've been coaching high school for 22 years. And I have reached finals only twice, and this is the third time. So it takes a lot of sacrifices to do this. And what they have accomplished, there is going to be remembered for a long time, because not every year a high school participates and reaches finals. And this year, like they said it before, Calexico also reached a final in Division 1, that it's the top division. Then Central was in Division 3. So it is a great accomplishment, and they right now don't realize what have they accomplished. But in the near future, when they see it, either as they become parents or coaches or travel to university, they will realize that. And this started by Mrs. Estrada, because some of them didn't have a team or the money to support them, and she was the one that asked them, hey, don't worry about it, I'll take care of it, I'll find a way to do it. And they have grown from little kids to big kids now, youth kids, and they have represented Southwest, Calexico, CPAA with a great honor. And in that regards, like they say, SoCal is my youth 2011 kids. They are Elite Academy national champions, and they reached that in Utah. They won it this past summer, and it was last year that I came over here and requested or told them about a field, because we're playing outside. We're playing, our home games are in Chino, Pomona. We travel to Bakerfield. We travel to Fresno for competition. And this is a local kid that plays right here in Calexico. But they don't have an adequate field in the Imperial Valley. And I cannot believe that's still happening when I'm a professor at IBC, and I started doing youth and everything 4 or 5 years ago, and I haven't seen the difference between a baseball field and a soccer field. And I don't know, it pissed me off in reality to see those differences, and how much you see a baseball field, then right, like in Central, Central, now they have a flag football or football, and those fields were the worst. And now, when that season starts, they're beautiful. When soccer season starts, the soccer fields, they're regular, but when football starts or baseball starts, it's a difference. And I can see all that. And right now that Calexico and CPAA is growing by like that, a number. I don't know it's already reached that some of them are practicing in dirt spaces because there's not enough soccer fields for so many kids like Nava, Oscar, and Calexico have said it. The space, you feel crowded, 50 kids in a little space, dripping to the baseball and coming the coach and telling you, we reach over there to Heber and ask, and the baseball coach says, hey, get out of here. Because why? Because we don't have a soccer field inadequate, at least grass, to do this sport. And I hope, because I came last year and when we won the Dallas championship with we were runner-ups in Dallas, and when we came over here for the help to ask for it, to have a field so we can present a field and play home games. And hopefully this year it can be done, because last year it was Córdoba that was promised that, hey, it's going to be ready by the time that the season starts, and still I help Strada paint and get ready the fields to be acceptable to playing for all these kids. And I still see the Córdoba, and I still see the dirt, and I still see that, and it's demoralizing that so many, you can complete kids from baseball, football, and you put them together, and it doesn't reach not even 1/3 of what soccer has right now. It's so many, and hopefully I will have your commitment for this year to have at least one soccer field that is appropriate for them, with bathrooms that are appropriate for those little kids that they can go, and not that the one is running them to Jack in the Box or some department store to go for the bathroom. Hopefully it can be accomplished that.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. Okay, and last but not least, we have the SoCal girls 11 to 12-year-old team. Come on up. Okay, and this recognition for the SoCal girls is for winning the championship for the Cal South State Cup. So, congratulations for that.
Good afternoon, everybody. En español mejor. Buenas tardes. Solamente agradecer, primero que nada, por estar aquí el día de hoy. Me da mucho gusto mirar los 4 equipos aquí siendo reconocidos, porque a final de cuentas pues representamos el Valle Imperial, ¿no? Nosotros somos un pequeño club de la comunidad del Valle Imperial. Para los que se dedican o que pasan mucho tiempo, la escuché decir que es formal soccer mom. Si nos empezamos a comparar con las academias, con las escuelas que están fuera del Valle Imperial, pues somos un pueblo diminuto comparado con todo el monopolio que puede haber afuera, ¿no? Estas niñas demostraron la capacidad de poder llegar lejos y consiguieron ser las mejores a nivel división presidente, que es lo más alto, campeonas del sur de California. Está compactado por niñas de 12, 13 y 14 años, y aún así algunas jugando con 2 años de diferencia de su edad. Así que pues queda más que apoyarlas. Vamos a regional, así que esperemos y no sea la última vez que estamos aquí para ser reconocidos. Vamos a regional el 12 de junio a Boise, Idaho. Y estamos muy felices de eso. Les puedo solamente, para finalizar, decirles que memoricen las caras, memoricen los nombres, porque estas niñas, una vez que llegan a high school, créanme que si siguen con la dedicación de ellas, de sus papás, van a llegar lejos. ¿Sí? Muchas gracias.
Hello, I'm Coach Sal. I just want to say thank you to the parents. We started this journey, it's almost going to be 2 years. Like you said, some of the girls it ranges from 2011, 12, 13, and the club keeps growing. The first year we started, we had, I think, 15 girls. Then we went to Brawley, came up to 23 girls, and right now we're up to 38 girls, ranging from high school to, well, the smallest one is Maddie, 2013. Just want to say thank you to Senora Carmen for allowing us, facilitating for us to be able to go and play tournaments out in San Diego or wherever is possible, because without that, they wouldn't be able to play tournaments because we do not play in San Diego. We just play locally. So when we go play big teams, they're surprised because, again, we're not ranked since we're not playing in those big leagues. So obviously when they see them, they don't know who they are, but then now they do. So thank you.
Thank you, ladies. Keep up the great work. Hope to see you back after regionals. Okay? We're going to take a picture. Okay. Ms. Carmen Estrada would like to,
We haven't explained to them the process. What they have to
oh,
do to say.
okay. We just have one more presentation from Ms. Carmen Estrada. Do you want to, or you can do it, grab the mic there.
Give them the mic.
Honorable Mayor, Council, my name is Tony Garcia. I'm right now just a regular citizen. I'm here cuando se le atora, señora Carmen Estrada las cosas. Help her clean it out. First of all, congratulations, guys and girls. You did awesome. You did awesome. Thank you. And most important of all, thank you, parents, for your support. Without you guys, it's impossible. Thank you, parents. Thank you. Not to take more minutes, we're going to recognize a couple of people that helped us out tremendously. Calexico Parents Athletic Association would like to recognize Park Supervisor Jose Saldaña. I don't know if he is here or not, but Lily will take this word. With gratitude and a special recognition for contributions to the Calexico Parents Athletic Association. Thank you for all your hard work, Jose Saldaña. And then Calexico Parents Athletic Association would also like to recognize for all of his assistance and help and all the support. Sorry to see him go as an acting city manager, Mr. Juan Contreras.
Bueno, buenas noches a todos. Gracias a cada uno de ustedes por apoyarnos. La verdad, sí estamos contentos porque estamos trabajando en conjunto. No puedo decir el nombre de cada uno porque nos llevaríamos toda la tarde aquí, pero yo también quiero decirle a los papás, a los niños, que estoy muy contenta por los logros que ustedes tienen.
Ahora el micrófono, señora Estrada.
Ok.
Sí, lo puedes sacar de ahí si quieres.
No, así está bien. Ok, entonces, Juan, pues en lo personal y de parte de nuestra organización, quiero decirte que estuviste al 100 con nosotros en el programa. Ojalá continúe esto y no pare, porque la verdad lo ocupamos. Nuestra organización es una organización que no tiene ningún campo. Ustedes no pueden invertir en un lugar como en los que jugamos. ¿Por qué? Porque no pueden ustedes invertir dinero en eso. Y quien invierte el dinero en esto somos nuestra organización, los papás, los coaches, y pues hemos trabajado mucho, la verdad. Hay veces no estamos al 100 en los campos porque nuestra economía no es muy grande. Y sí les pedimos, por favor, que el campo que se nos asignó, que lo queremos, por favor. Es, como dijo Andrés, no queremos volver a venir aquí a pedir porque ya saben que lo ocupamos. Y gracias, buenas noches y hasta luego.
Okay, thank you, and thank you to everyone, especially our young athletes. We're very proud of you, and we hope to keep seeing you guys up here. At this time, we're going to move, we're finished with presentations, so we're going to continue with our regular council meeting. Everybody is welcome to stay, and we will continue with public comments. Where are you going? Hey, they're a lot of fun.
Don't you want to stay till midnight?
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Okay, public comments?
Thank you, Mayor. Want to remind the public, this is a time to address the council on any item not appearing on the agenda. is within the subject matter jurisdiction of the City Council. The mayor will recognize you, and when you come to the microphone, please state your name and place of residence for the record. While members of the public are encouraged to participate, it isn't lawful to disturb or delay the council meeting with personal or slanderous remarks. Group commenters may be requested to limit their comments to 15 minutes. The City Council is prohibited by state law from taking action or discussing items not included on the printed agenda. If the item you wish to comment on is on the public portion of the agenda, we'll take your comment when we get to that item on the agenda. Please direct your questions and comments to the City Council, and I'll be reminded you of these council decorum comments during the council meeting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to motion to move item 11 for discussion after public comments and public appearances.
Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Roll call?
Mayor Diana Noricumbo,
After public comment? Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Victor El Gaspi,
Yes.
Councilmember Lisa Thailenda,
Yes.
Councilmember Adriana Marquez,
Yes.
Councilmember Lorenzo Calderon.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay. So, Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment?
Yes, we do. I will call two names. I will call the speaker first, and then the second name, if they can be right behind the first speaker, so you can be ready. And the first speaker is Jesus Solano.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members and city manager and staff. I'm here to remind this council to stop turning a blind eye to the situation at Nosotros Park. I'll repeat myself. Stop turning a blind eye to Nosotros Park regarding the parking lot. And I'll tell you why. I know that the city manager just came on board, so he's going to have to get on high speed on this one here. But this council and most of the community is very well aware, okay? You just heard the concerns of the coaches that came up here and the kids, okay? This is regarding the softball field at Nosotros Park. That park, when it was created years ago, had two parking lots, one on the east side, one on the south side. I don't know if it was an oversight, it was done on purpose by Public Works, either the manager or the council, but what happened? They took the parking lot away. As it is, we don't have enough green spaces, and whatever they're using right now, they are not parks. I understand that. They're basins, water retention basins. But the community uses them because we don't have anything else. But they're limited on the parks. The parks that we have a limited parking space. Now, Nosotros has a big old parking space down there. You can literally fit about 38 cars. That's just on the asphalt, and it still has two handicaps signs up there. Now, my understanding is that the River Walkway still has a live contract grant on that. It has not closed yet. So my recommendation to this council and to this city manager, okay, is to send an amendment. We do not want to go in there with our vehicles all over the place traveling on the walkway. We only want to enter from the street about 85 paces to where the first light pole is at. From there, you can go down to the parking lot, in and out. That's what we are requesting, 85 paces down. All you have to do is submit an amendment. I don't think that the state's going to say no. Now, if they turn around and say no, well, then this council, what they have to do, move that fence next to the restrooms. There's enough room to put some asphalt there to where we can have entrance to the parking lot there. We want our parkways back, our parking lot. That's what we want. Because if you don't, you're going to be doing a disservice. One, we don't have enough parks. We have a whole bunch of basins all over the place. And the few parks that we have, you're taking the parking lot away.
Thank you, Mr. Solano. Next person.
Next speaker is Jessica Perez, and can I also have Leslie Ayala, please?
Good evening, everyone. City council members, thank you. City attorney, interim city manager, Rick Daniels, I want to especially say thank you because day one of you here and you were on it. And I thank you for your speediness and getting us into Rodriguez. Thank you to interim city manager before him, Mr. Juan Contreras as well. And all of you who have been helping with this season and making things happen for these kids, I want to thank you. But I do want to bring a comment to the table. Something that's going on in the city of Calexico and that I haven't heard being spoken of and that I'm very, very concerned about. And the more I talk to people who have been involved in the city, the more questions rise up as to why this is happening. So, Cordova, 2 parks being torn down. What is the legal standing for that? Who has the legal right to decide that? Because from what I noticed in past documents, there's ARPA money in there, there's state money in there, there's other monies in there. How does one neighborhood get to decide that a park is going to be demolished? In a city that's crumbling, falling apart, it's sad to look at. And we're going to destroy new construction? I read over paperwork that showed over $2 million of investment in lights and fencing and concrete, coming from all sorts of budgets. So how do we justify one group making that decision? All I want to know is that it's legal. I want to see the proof that that group gets to decide. And if it is the legal standing, and if that's what has to be done, because that's what's legally correct, then hey, we will back off. But we think that the city should know that this is happening. Citizens should know that this is happening. And they have a right to hear why it's happening and to have proof that this is legally binding, okay? Because I'm worried about the decisions in my city. My kids have been looking for that park. I have kids who are already in college who looked forward to playing in that park and will never get to do so. And now you're telling me you guys are gonna tear down 2 of them? It's really sad. And I don't know how it came to this decision, but we demand to know. We demand to know. And that's all I have to say. Thank you very much. And thank you for your support. Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. Next person.
Next speaker is Leslie Ayala, and can I also have Erika Castro?
Good evening, council members. I come here my name is Leslie Ayala. I'm address 799 M. Acuña. I come here to represent the Little League. My daughter's only in T-ball, but I'm looking for her future. I'm here to represent because, as Jessica, president for the Little League, mentioned, is we are very concerned for what's going to happen with that park, Cordova to be exact. I understand that a lot of members, a lot of people from Calexico don't know about what's going to happen or what is in plan to happen to that park. And it's really concerning. Like I mentioned, I played sports all my life. I've lived here all my life, grew up all over Calexico. And it's concerning to know that a park that is barely getting completed or is hopefully going to get completed, it's going to be torn down due to members, due to a group of people that live around the area who are concerned about, I don't know if they're concerned about it getting so much traffic in the area, but it's a park and this is where our youth is going to be. This is where the youth is going to play. This is a park for everyone. So I'm hoping that this is not true, that this is all false, that hopefully this doesn't happen. And if it does, I hope that this group comes forward and helps us out with cleanup, get them to pay property taxes, get them to pay some type of taxes for getting these so-called signatures to try to cancel this park, because it's very concerning as a parent to a daughter who's only right now 4, who's going to be playing here for future. So thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Next speaker is Erika Castro, and can I have Alejandra Guerrero?
Hi, may I have accommodation for my disability, please?
Yes.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and esteemed members of the City Council. My name is Erika Castro, and I live at 2204 Roslyn. I appreciate the chance to address today regarding the proposed changes to Cordova Park, particularly concerning the baseball fields. As a homeowner in the neighborhood, I firmly believe that these baseball fields should stay in our community and allow the community baseball athletes to use these fields. I also have serious concerns about the validity of the signatures collected for the petition to remove the baseball fields. My mother-in-law was asked to sign the petition, and she does not live in the area. I personally was misled, and the intentions behind the petition, I was told that it was for the CFDs, I believe, to stay in that park, and now it is to tear down the baseball field. So I was misled behind this petition, and I urge the City Council to verify those signatures that they actually do come from the homeowners, not tenants, because there's a lot of people that rent from there. And I also want to understand the financial implications of removing these fields. Where will our CFD rates raise? Which areas of the city will face impacts due to this proposed changes? Where will you guys get the monies? Who's going to be impacted? If the park plans are open for discussion, I call for a special meeting where residents from the neighborhood can transparently vote on what we truly want for this park, not a dictatorship to somebody that was not appointed by the community. We truly want the park to stay with the baseball fields. In the meantime, I insist our baseball community be allowed to use the field while we reach a resolution, just as you have allowed the soccer players to keep using that field. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Next speaker is Alejandra Guerrero, and can Yolanda Cunningham come up, please?
Hola, buenas tardes, señores del concilio. Estoy aquí porque estoy a favor de que exista variedad de deportes en nuestro parque, en el Parque Córdoba. Tengo una hija que está interesada en básquet, en tenis y otro tipo de variedad de deporte. Sé también que el fútbol, soccer está ahí, pero pues con la señora Carmen pues no tiene una cancha directamente. Primero que nada, agradezco que se haya visto la bomba de agua, he visto que el parque está más verde, he visto también más movimiento sobre el parque. Estoy un poco preocupada porque sé que en el CFD que nosotros pagamos un impuesto alrededor de $270 por casa, son 500 casas. Revisando el número y que está al público y todas las personas lo pueden ver, pues ahí hay un acumulado casi de $1.400.000 y nuestro parque en realidad no es un parque digno. Nos pusieron unos botes que la verdad me da pena, los botes que están de basura. Yo pienso que con ese dinero se puede arreglar los juegos del parque. Están quemados, están grafiteados, ahora otra vez de nuevo porque yo sé que fueron y los limpiaron. Me preocupa que pues no hay variedad de canchas. Esa es mi preocupación. Yo sé que hay personas que están a lo mejor molestas porque no quieren que demolan, pues que quiten las canchas de béisbol, pero ese parque tenía un plano donde estaba estructurado para variedad de deportes. No había favoritismo por un deporte más o otro menos. A nosotros nadie nos preguntó si queríamos canchas de béisbol en nuestra comunidad. Entonces, si nosotros pagamos un impuesto, yo creo que de cierta manera tenemos un derecho de decir qué es lo que nuestra comunidad necesita. Nuestra comunidad necesita variedad de deporte, no solamente un solo deporte, y yo sé que ya están las canchas, pero deberían de considerar que a nosotros tampoco nos preguntaron qué era lo que nosotros queríamos en nuestra comunidad. Y yo fui una de las personas, y les digo directamente, fui una de las personas que junté firmas. Al principio junté firmas para topes y que yo sé que está todavía en el plano. Y también junté firmas y yo a las personas les expliqué que queríamos variedad de canchas. Nunca se les mintió, nunca se les dijo de más ni de menos. Si me preguntaban, yo les decía, les daba una hoja por escrito lo que nosotros estábamos haciendo una petición. ¿Me explico? Yo soy una de las personas que junté firmas y estoy aquí y doy la cara y soy responsable de lo que me toca de mi parte. Gracias.
Okay, thank you.
Next speaker is Yolanda Cunningham, and can we have Mr. Jun Kim?
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Yolanda Cunningham y espero pues que los residentes, porque como ya me subieron en el Facebook, ya creo que ya son muy conocida. Lo que les quiero, sí, tristemente esto pasa en Calexico, pero en fin, yo lo único que estoy aquí, y vuelvo a repetirlo, las personas que estamos ahí pagando por más de 20 años un CFD, Quisiera que nos preguntaran a nosotros cómo nos sentimos cuando 20 años estuvimos esperando un parque. Esto es un parque que nosotros nos habían prometido. Y el parque, los planos del parque lo han cambiado por 3 ocasiones. Allí está todo en la agenda. Quisiera ver de esas personas que están opinando, cuántas personas viven dentro del CFD. Porque yo les aseguro que si esas personas vivieran y estuvieran pagando lo que pagamos nosotros y no ver un parque como el que estamos pidiendo, un parque comunitario, un parque que se nos prometió, creo que ellos también se sentirían molestos. No estamos pidiendo, nada más estamos pidiendo reubicar las canchas, nada más. Entonces, el CFD por sí ya está dicho lo que se tiene. El CFD es un facility ya se tiene que respetar lo que se dice dentro del CFD. Para eso se creó, para tener facilities para las personas que viven dentro de esa comunidad. Y nosotros, teniendo buen corazón todavía, la mayoría de la gente, si ustedes van, yo les invito a esas personas que toquen puerta por puerta, como lo hemos hecho nosotros, y que les pregunten a ver cómo se sienten, que sus hijos no tuvieron nada. Entraron un grupo y levantaron allí, pues solamente enfocados a un solo deporte, y muchas de esas personas ni siquiera viven ahí. Tienen que respetar, empezar. Calexico tiene que empezar a hacer las cosas. Gracias, señores del concilio, porque es la primera vez, tengo años, del 2017, peleando esto junto con mucha gente de mi comunidad. Y saben que es la primera vez, los felicito, porque ustedes sí quieren hacer las cosas bien. Ustedes sí son gente decente y ustedes no los dejan trabajar, porque esos grupos están peleando, porque no ven lo que ellos quieren. Basta. Tenemos que trabajar como comunidad. Estoy escuchando ahí a los niños de soccer. Esos niños necesitan un espacio. Los otros niños tienen un montón de lugares, es lo que yo veo. Todos tenemos derecho a un espacio. Esa comunidad está abierta a darle un espacio a cada niño. Nadie está peleando que no quiere ver este deporte ni otro deporte. Un espacio para todos. ¿Por qué nos tenemos que estar peleando? Todos los niños tienen derecho a algo, eso es lo que estamos diciendo. Y si las personas pues no les gusta, lo lamento mucho, pero esa es la primera vez que yo estoy viendo justicia después de tantos años. Eso es lo único que les puedo decir. Muchas gracias, y sé que no mucho no les va a gustar, pero lo legal es lo legal. Gracias.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Cunningham.
Next speaker is June Kim, and can we have Jacob Rosales?
Buenas noches, concilio, ciudad, empleados de ciudad y citizen of the Calexico. Cambiaron el lugar, me siento algo pecando a mí atrás. Okay. Primero, está mirarlo tan triste y todavía con nosotros que peleando de lugar de jugar de niños. Y falta muchos, como 20 años anterior, concilio tomaron mal decisión, y cuando nuevo proyecto de casa debe de tener parque y no hizo. Y para ahorita con nosotros pagando eso. Pero mientras tenerlo, garantizarlo para niños para poder jugar, cuando yo concilio, mayor, creo que 2015, entre 2015 y 2016 se hizo una MOU con escuela distrito, toda la playground open for the public. So tiene MOU, esta ciudad, hasta departamento de recreation, ellos arreglando para que playground que busquen usarlo cuando ellos necesitan usar y se hicieron su servicio, pero parece que ya no funcionando ahorita, entonces no es necesario hacer otro MOU. Buscamos esa MOU, tiene ciudad, distrito, de escuela, y puede solver los niños. Y para eso, pidiendo con ustedes, concilio, ahorita ustedes como decisión tomando, como que ahorita tenemos niños, tienen problemas de lugar de jugar. ¿Y por qué? Como 20 años anterior, ciudad, todos nuevos proyectos sin parque. Está muy mal para nosotros pagando. Por favor, buscarlo manera para servir a los niños y también buscarlo manera para no hacer lo mismo error que ha pasado. Gracias.
Thank you, Mr. Kim.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Jacob Rosales, 1420 Hoover Court. I wasn't prepared to speak today, but I just have to voice some concerns I have from the city. I've been living in the city for over 22 years, and as a father of 3, it doesn't provide the basic necessities for children to play baseball. And as a property owner in that neighborhood, I was happy to see that the baseball park was finally being completed. And now I'm hearing that the 3 baseball diamonds, you want to keep one of them. It just seems counterproductive to me to build something, have lights, and tear it down for a city that doesn't have too much funding. As a property owner of 4 different properties here, I'm a taxpayer, and I've been playing with my sons for over 10 years here. And do you know how stressful it is for the children? And as a coach, to see that you don't have a place to practice. We would practice at Raisin Park there on Sapphire, and then the players would be injured. One of the players broke his nose because the terrain is not leveled. So he broke his nose, and what can we say? That's where we can play. There's lighting there, but it's a disaster. And now that there's a decent place to play, I'm hearing that you want to tear it down. To me, that's ridiculous. I have another complaint also, that the people that actually signed that petition didn't really know what they were signing. Their complaint is that they signed something to beautify the park, to get it completed. Nothing was in the writing that said that they were going to tear anything down. And to me, common sense says this: supply and demand. There is more of a demand for baseball than there is tennis in the city. So you have to accommodate your constituents. The people that voted for you were voting for you to beautify the baseball fields and the soccer and what this city's about. This is a soccer city and a baseball city. And the last thing on the list is a tennis court. And another thing is, I spoke to one of the members of the council, and they said there's enough space there to accommodate a tennis court. So if you can accommodate the people that are in demand for a tennis court, that would be great. But it's counterproductive to tear something down, especially when you have these youngsters. And there's many generations that are going to come and play there. You look at the amount of people that play baseball in the city compared to the amount of people that play tennis, it doesn't make any sense. And there are facilities for tennis. They can play at the high school. But here in the city of Calexico, we're limited where we can practice, where we can play. So please take that into consideration. You don't want to be counterproductive, tearing things down that don't need to be torn down, and pay attention to the constituents and see what they want. The baseball community is barely finding out about this. But if there were 300, 400 signatures, we could quadruple that with the amount of people that would be complaining about what's going on with those parks. So thank you for your time. Thank you. Oh, one other thing. I wanted to invite all of you to the inauguration that's going to be happening this Saturday at 9 o'clock. So if you can make it, the community would appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Next speaker is Marianne Hinojosa, and then can we have Jose Hinojosa be ready?
1056 F. Torres, Mariana Hinojosa. Good afternoon, members of the council. Today, I am here upset, thinking about the awful public safety hazard that 244 families in La Jolla Palms were in today. From around 11 to 1, the only entrance and exit the La Jolla Palms has was blocked without an alternative route or a warning. We weren't advised this was gonna happen. And my mother missed a doctor's appointment she was been waiting for months. My brother missed a college exam at IVC. And I, as a Calexico Unified School District employee, I missed an essential crucial hour. And to make matters worse, the public constructor workers displayed disrespectful, unprofessional behaviors towards the residents, including myself. Public construction workers cussing, flipping us off, disrespecting and mocking residents blatantly without any sense of public decency. As employees that our taxes pay for, because y'all know La Jolla Palms pays a ton of taxes, which is a slap in the face. As a 19-year-old, I was harassed by a grown construction man who came up to my car and screamed at me for showing frustration towards being trapped. I needed to go to work as many as my other neighbors had to. This is outrageous. Ms. Falomir, how is it possible you allow something like this to happen? Shame. There was a man desperate to get out to pick his little kid up who was waiting for him alone on a sidewalk. He couldn't do anything. And you know what we got from the construction workers? F you. And then we got mocked for talking in Spanish first. Hola, ¿qué tal? Buenas tardes. Like, what is that? These are the employees we got to fix our road? Is this what we deserve? This is a slap in the face. Es una cachetada a la comunidad. Shame. Here I have a picture of a lady, a little young man who had to get in between the trucks and the construction workers for his grandma on a wheelchair. Look, I'll go and show each and one of you. Thank you. Have a lovely evening.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Jose Hinojosa, and can we have Annette Leon be ready?
Good evening, members of the council. As I been coming to this to these meetings, I've showed you back in December 18th in reference to that change order on Cold Road Corridor. It was tabled. You were supposed to look at this item again. Back in December, I asked about the traffic control plan. How are we going to get in and out of this of our community? We only have one entrance. That traffic control plan was not in the backup information. They should have had a backup control plan. How would an emergency vehicle, a police, fire, the lives of this community were put at danger, the health and safety. It's negligence. Negligence on part of the contractor and negligence on part of our departments that handle these projects. We can't have this. We can't allow for this. We're paying $15 million to get in and out of our community. I'll give you copies. We've been fighting for almost 20 years to get our entrance to our community. We paid for it. It's in front of you. We paid for that entrance. We paid for Cold Road. We've been paying. Ms. Cunningham, we don't even have a park. My daughter's going to college. She would never, ever see that park. So let's make it right for the residents that have already trusted the city. Let's make things right today. Future decisions about our community. And whomever's in charge, please don't ever put us at risk again. Please don't ever put us at risk. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hinojosa.
I have public comments that I received via email. Oh, sorry.
It's okay, you can forget me, it's fine. So I'm just here to talk about parks. I studied landscape architecture as my undergraduate degree, and listening to what Ms. Cunningham's issues are, I really feel like there's probably a middle ground that could possibly be taken.
Let me interrupt you really quick, just for
Sure.
the record, for our minutes. Can you state your name and place and place
Annette
of
Leon,
residence?
1946 Winsley, El Centro,
Thank
California. And so there's many things you can do without demolishing 3 baseball parks. And perhaps maybe retrofitting is something that the city may want to consider, or hosting a community charrette. You'd be surprised how many fields in sports are interchangeable. And I would just hate for the kids to lose their baseball fields, but then would also hate for other people not to get what they do deserve. So I really that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay.
Message is from Eugenio Ramos. I'd like to take the time to thank Mr. Contreras for his role as acting city manager, where you were great and always open to us and the public in responding to our concerns and acting quick in areas that was much needed. Also, I'd like to give the city council props, as many of you have been heavily criticized, mocked, made fun of, and heavily lied about, to the point of putting some of your personal lives on social media. With that, I call twisted lies. I ask myself, have these folks tried to speak to you on a personal level, or do they just judge and believe their own made-up lies and go out and speak nonsense on social media? Wish the residents in our town of Calexico had more mature minds and not go out and making our city a circus and a laughing stock out of us all for their joy and pleasure. I really hope that these projects or club leaders would mature and do good, as sadly they just do a lot more than harm than good. Next comment is from Christine Wong Ramirez. I want to congratulate this council for working together for the community as a whole. You all take the verbal abuse of some residents and non-residents with grace and dignity. Some things that take courage and professionalism. Keep moving forward with the changes my city needs to become prosperous again. I want to remind the city attorney, Mr. Campos, to speak up and defend the members of our elected council like he did when he was hired as full-time city attorney, when we lost the city insurance, FBI investigation, sexual harassment, etc. Drama caused by former council member who continues to create chaos. Mr. Campos also spoke up defending the former mayor and former city manager during the chaotic year and misspending of the ARPA funds. It is now time for you, Mr. Campos, to remind the public of the decorum of a council meeting. It's not a circus. English should be spoken. There is a translation available. There is no demanding the council to reply to questions asked by the public. You know the council are not supposed to engage with the public in that matter, like a back and forth, not even like Mr. Legaspi said, to keep the peace. Let's be professional. Do not allow the public to slander any of our council members. The public should address the council as a whole with respect. Next email is from AM3 Medina.
The interpreter's waving at you.
If you can read a little slower so that the interpreter makes sure that everything is interpreted, I would appreciate it.
Dear City Council members, planting trees for posterity. As the monsoon season approached, an elderly man was digging holes in his garden. His neighbor, curious, asked, "What are you doing?" "I am planting cashew nuts," the old man replied. "Do you expect to eat cashew nuts from those trees?" "No, I don't think I'll live long enough to enjoy them," the man answered, "but others will." It occurred to me that all my life I've enjoyed cashew nuts planted by others. This is my way of showing my gratitude. This simple act of planting for future generations highlights an important truth. Trees are a gift not only to those who plant them, but also to the countless people who will benefit from their shade, beauty, environmental contributions long after the planter has passed. When I first moved to Calexico, I was struck by the intense summer heat and the relative scarcity of trees. in a region where temperatures regularly exceed 120 degrees in the summer and where 26,155 cubic feet of water per second flow through the All-American Canal. I was puzzled by the lack of greenery. Trees which buffer heat and provide beauty are conspicuously absent. Over time, I came to appreciate that the few remaining trees in the area were planted and cared for by a generation that understood and valued the significant role trees played in improving the environment. On the other hand, one of the few pleasures of living in the Imperial Valley as my morning drive around the city of Calexico, especially along Bowker and Jasper roads and near the Ware Road Bridge. These areas are shaded by the eucalyptus trees that still stand along Willoughby Road. Some mornings, if I am lucky, I catch a glimpse of an eagle perched on a branch, waiting patiently for the perfect hunting moment. These trees have been here for decades, possibly longer than I've lived in the valley. They stand as silent sentinels, witnessing our daily routines. However, with each passing year, these giants grow older, weaker, and eventually succumb to time. In recent years, several have fallen, leaving nothing but their decaying trunks to silently disappear into the earth. One particularly remarkable tree standing near a lot full of discarded appliances has lost its leaves and bark, but still clings to life through mistletoe, offering a quiet reminder to persevere until the end. Sadly, such trees are becoming increasingly rare. In recent years, numerous eucalyptus trees along the All-American Canal have been destroyed, either by fires or to make way for housing developments. This has left local communities exposed to the agricultural pollution from nearby fields, further compounding environmental concerns. Tree removal is a common practice, not just by individuals, but also by public and private agencies. This disregard for the environment prompted protests in Calexico last year when an Indian redwood tree was felled downtown.
Okay, thank you. Okay, moving over to city manager's report. City manager's report. You're right, I'm sorry. After public comment, we were going to go to item 11. So this is a public hearing. And this is a public hearing to consider adopting a resolution denying uniform application number 2023-03 for a zone change from R1 residential single family to RA residential apartment and a general plan amendment from LDR low density residential to HDR high density residential at 947 Heber Avenue. I'd like to open the public hearing at 7:58 p.m. Is there a presentation from staff?
Yes, Madam Mayor. They're projecting it. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Honorable Members of Council. The item before you tonight is a request by Gerardo and Lupe Jimenez for a zone change from R1 residential single family to RA residential apartment and a general plan amendment from LDR low density residential to HDR high density residential to support an 8-unit apartment project on a 16,625 square foot vacant parcel of land located at 947 Heber Avenue. Next page, please. Next slide. Here is a recent aerial view of the subject property, which is highlighted in yellow. The property previously contained a single-family home which was destroyed in a fire and was demolished by the property owner in 2023. The site is surrounded by single-family homes to the north and to the east, and by Rockwood Elementary School grounds to the west and south. Immediately south of the site is the Head Start daycare facility. Next slide, please. Here's a recent photograph of the project site. This is looking west onto the project site from Heber Avenue. Next slide, please. Here's an excerpt of the zoning map. The subject site is starred and is located within the R1 single-family residential zone. It is surrounded by the R1 zoning, by the R1 zone immediately to the north and east, and by the open space zone to the west, which covers the Rockwood Elementary School grounds. The R1 zone allows for a density range of 1 to 5 dwelling units per acre. The current density of the immediately surrounding neighborhood is approximately 2 to 4 units per acre. The requested rezone of the site from R1 to RA would result in a zoning map that looks similar to this one, with a spot RA zone in the middle of the neighborhood. The RA zone would allow a density range of 20 to 30 dwelling units per acre, well above the surrounding R1 zone. Next slide, please. Furthermore, the subject property is within safety zone C of the Calexico Airport, as shown in this exhibit prepared by the Imperial County Airport Land Use Commission. On November 20th, 2024, the project was reviewed by the Airport Land Use Commission at a public hearing where it determined the project would be inconsistent with the Airport Land Use Compatibility Plan, as the Airport Land Use Compatibility Plan for the Calexico Airport dictates that density in the safety zone should be limited to 6 dwelling units per acre. The City Council has the ultimate land use authority and can overrule the Airport Land Use Commission, but it must do so with a supermajority vote. 4 out of 5 council members would have to vote to approve the project and override the Airport Land Use Commission when there's an inconsistent determination based on density. Next slide, please. As part of the uniform application for the proposed rezone, the city received the site plan before you, which consists of an 8-unit apartment building, 2 stories, that would be situated toward the back of the property. The front half of the site would be paved over with 17 parking spaces and a pad for 2 dumpsters along the sidewalk along Heber Avenue. The resulting density of this 8-unit project would be 21 dwelling units per acre, and hence the request to rezone it to the R1 to the RA zone, which would be within that density range of 20 to 30 dwelling units per acre. The proposal would be clearly out of character with the surrounding neighborhood, which consists of single-family homes on large lots with significant landscape coverage. The additional traffic from this development, which would be approximately 64 vehicle trips per day, as compared to a typical single-family home, which is 10 vehicle trips per day, would also result in a choke point with the adjoining daycare facility during certain hours of the day. Here are the general plan consistency findings. In order to approve a general plan amendment and corresponding change of zone, the proposed amendment must be consistent with the objectives and policies of the general plan. Listed on this slide are policies and objectives related to multifamily residential land use designations. As detailed in the staff report and the resolution before you, the proposed project would not wholly meet this general plan objectives and policies. While the rezone would be beneficial to the property owners, it would be to the detriment of surrounding property owners and would set a precedent of allowing a high-density residential spot zone in the middle of a single-family residential neighborhood. As such, it is, next slide please. As such, it is staff recommendation to conduct and close the public hearing and adopt the attached resolution denying the application. This concludes staff presentation. I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Okay, are there any questions from the council?
Did you say 64 vehicles traveling to and from?
Yeah, that's
general
based
area?
on the IT, the Institute of Traffic Engineers. It's an average for multifamily development based
Wow.
on 8 units. So
Okay.
8 units usually produce 8 vehicle trips daily per unit.
Councilmember Telena, anything? Councilmember Marquez? Councilmember Calderon?
Yes, I have some questions for you, Mr. O'Coin. The first question is, how did this item get on this agenda?
How did it get
Yeah,
to this
how did
point?
it get here? And the reason why I'm asking is because I'll follow through with why I'm asking this question.
Yeah, absolutely. So the application was submitted back in 2023. It went to Planning Commission immediately after submittal. CEQA clearance wasn't made for the project. They didn't provide environmental review under the California Environmental Quality Act. At the time, the Planning Commission actually recommended approval of the project, but because the environmental clearance wasn't completed, it was rescinded. Then the applicant was directed to prepare an environmental document, and they prepared an initial study negative declaration. The project was then subsequently presented to the Planning Commission almost a year later on April the 22nd, 2024. And at that Planning Commission hearing, it was determined that, so at that hearing, the initial study had not yet been circulated for public review and comment, which is required before Planning Commission makes a final recommendation to City Council. So the Planning Commission at the time tabled the item until to allow the CEQA document to be circulated for public review and comment. When it was circulated for public review and comment, we did get a comment letter from Caltrans Aeronautical Division informing City that they needed to submit the application to the Imperial County Airport Land Use Commission for a determination of consistency, since it was in the Airport Land Use Compatibility Plan Safety Zone C. Then fast forward to November the 24th, 2024, they did submit an application to Airport Land Use Commission that was heard on that date at a public hearing, and that's when the Airport Land Use Commission determined it to be inconsistent with the Airport Land Use Compatibility Plan. And then, as you recall, in early January, the City Council assumed the role of Planning Commission, and fast forward today, that's why we placed it on the agenda, because now you're acting in your role as Planning Commission.
So this item has gone through Planning Commission twice.
Yes, it
so
has.
Today we're dealing with this item as a City Council or as a Planning Commission.
You're dealing it as a City Council and Planning Commission. Your action would be final as the legislative body.
Okay. And the reason I'm asking this is because I was reviewing your documents. I have a concern in the fact that some of these documents are not consistent. What is the actual size of this property? Because our city documents indicate that this is a 474 square foot property, and the application or the applicant's measurements are 640
Yeah,
square
so
feet.
all of the environmental document, the previous Planning Commission staff reports reference the 19,000 square foot size, and I believe that's because staff was looking at the Assessor's Office GIS system, which showed that dimension, and so they based the figure on that. But upon review of the actual legal description of the property, it was determined to be the smaller size, which is 6,000.
Which is 6,000.
16,000.
And the reason why I'm asking this, and to the public to know, because this actually affects the CEQA report, the density, the parking, and everything else that affects this property.
Yes,
And that's
absolutely.
why, so we could easily say that these reports are incorrect, correct?
Yes, and we did prepare RADA sheet for council, and we did post that as an errata sheet because that was caught.
And yeah, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Yes, that mistake was caught earlier this week.
So we have reports here in front of us that we're about to make a decision here that could have an impact not only on the applicant, but also on the residents that live within the area. But most important here is we're getting information that is not correct. And if we're gonna be the Planning Commission / City Council, we need to get this information correct. And because we owe it to our citizens and make sure that we do or make the right decision.
Yes, absolutely.
Again, another thing that I found is the information that was given to me. None of these reports have signatures or dates. So I don't know if someone just burned copies of some report from somewhere and not telling me that someone needs to be responsible for these reports, in other words.
The Planning Commission reports.
Yeah, because we don't have the first Planning Commission decision, and we have the second one, but it doesn't even have what decision was made during that hearing. And then the initial impact report, they had a consultant, but no signatures were on it. So I don't know who's taking responsibility for this, but again, there's a lot of inconsistencies in this report, and I think we all ran here on transparency. And if we're going to take the responsibility as planning commissioners and council, we should have everything in front of us so we can make the right decision. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Calderon. Do we have the applicant here that would like to speak?
Mayor, also too, we need to open the public hearing. We can take public comment on it.
Yes, I believe that comes after the applicant.
We should get the testimony of the applicant or any other members of the public, all within the public comment, within the public hearing item. So I would open the public hearing and hear the applicant out, or anybody else want to comment. Oh, you did? Okay. Oh, I missed that, sorry.
Okay. Okay, applicant.
Good evening, City Council members. I'm Natalia Jimenez, representing this project. I'm here to present our proposal for a residential condominium-style apartment building designed to bring high-quality housing to our community. If you turn to slide 1 on those documents that you have there, you will see the highlights of our proposed property. This development will feature 8 two-bedroom apartments with luxury amenities and a Spanish modern architectural design, blending elegance with functionality. On the next slide, slide 3, you will find the proposed site plan. Our project provides 15-foot setbacks on all sides, exceeding city requirements for apartments, and a retention wall fencing that will enhance privacy and reduce noise for neighbors. The closest home is over 35 feet away, and all others are at least 150 feet. We are also including 17 on-site parking spaces to prevent street congestion. This development will feature accent windows, balconies, and arches to elevate the neighborhood's aesthetic. On slide 4, it shows the property at the time of the purchase, previously in severe disrepair and at a state of criminal activity. Our development aims to transform this space into a safe and attractive residential area. On the next slide, you will see examples of other properties other properties that are ours in Calexico. Our latest project closely resembles the proposed Heber Avenue property design. We take great pride in creating well-maintained, beautiful spaces for our residents. On the next page, provides a zoomed-out view of the property, emphasizing the extensive landscaping along the fence line for privacy, curb appeal, and seamless neighborhood integration. On the next page, you'll see an example of our Sherman property. This features elegant design and lush landscaping, demonstrating our commitment to aesthetic and functional excellence. You will see on the next slide of the same property that it is positioned at the back of the lot to reduce neighborhood impact and noise. This apartment complex currently sits between 2 single-family homes and blends seamlessly into the community without complaints. Greenery along the fence line ensures privacy as well. On the next slide, you'll see that the city zoning map shows multiple properties with mixed residential densities, demonstrating that there is a precedent for varied housing options. As you can see, there's multiple properties with mixed in residential and R1 and RA. So we believe that our proposal aligns with the city's zoning patterns. And then lastly, on the last page, we have some highlights of our CEQA study. We performed the report from the state of California CEQA study, which found minimal to no environmental, traffic, noise, or school-related concerns, and confirmed compatibility with the current zoning. Overall, we believe this development will improve residents' quality of life. Apartments require designated parking, generate tax revenue, and reduce overcrowding from ADUs in single-family homes. The entire neighborhood has mostly ADUs attached to their single-family homes. The Calexico housing element cites zoning restrictions as a major barrier to housing development in the city. So we believe that approving this project will help address the housing shortage. We urge the council to support this project and bring much-needed housing to our community. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hello, my name is Lupe Jimenez. I would like to speak today on the history of this project. Since we started this project back in 2023, the city has continuously told us this rezone would be feasible.
I'm sorry, can you
Sorry.
speak more into the microphone?
There, okay. So we applied on March 3rd of 2023. On May 22nd, 2023, Kevin Grant, then the city council, the City of Calexico Planning Director, and I'm quoting him from the staff report he wrote on that day. This project is immediately surrounded by single-story family homes. However, in this area, to the south, there are several properties that have alternating uses between R1 and RA. Therefore, it is not uncommon for higher density properties to be located adjacent to a low density property. Additionally, the project is adjacent to Rockwood Elementary School and would allow for the opportunity for families to reside adjacent to the school. His recommendation on that day was consideration of the matter and recommendation to review and approve the proposed zone change and general plan amendment to formulate a recommendation to the City Council. May 20th, 2023. Went to the Planning Commission and was recommended, but the city lost the study. It was a clerical error. So therefore, we have to start the process again. September of 2023, City of Calexico Mayor Raul Ureña advised us to put our project on hold since the City of Calexico planned to rezone the entire area for rezoning. March of 2024, then Mayor Gloria Romo advised us if we went through all the steps to rezone, the city would or should approve this project. Then on April 22nd, 2024, then City of Calexico City Planner Francisco Barba wrote, again quoting from another staff report, the Planning Commission should consider the proposed rezoning from RA to RC and the land used from HDR to MDR, and as it provides a density of 12 to 20 units per acre instead of proposed 2 to 30 units per acre. The density provided the RZ zoning is sufficient for the proposed 8-unit development while also ensuring compatibility with the surrounding uses as well as furthering the goals and policies of the general plan. Now, moving forward to January 15, 2024, we met with Michael Cohn when we came to a meeting to support the dissolution of the Planning Commission. In person, he said he would recommend the project. Previously, we had also telephone calls where he said he was going to recommend the project as well. And just last week on March 13 in the evening, 2 business days before coming to this meeting, he said he was not going to recommend due to general plan limitations. As you can see, all along for 2 years, they told us it was going to be a doable project. Our project is complying with higher state laws, and these types of projects are common across the state. We had several planners, mayors, and city managers tell us that all along, if we followed the process, the project would be approved. Our goal is to supply the housing demand that Calexico needs. I asked the City Council to approve this project as it will only benefit the community It will create much-needed housing and jobs in the city of Calexico. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good evening. My name is Gerardo Jimenez, and my wife is Lupe Jimenez. We are hometown from Calexico, Class of 85 and Class of 89. We are here to present the City of Calexico with an opportunity to approve a project of residential quality living. Our intention is to build residential units that will provide housing for the citizens of Calexico. Our goal is to build a beautiful housing project that blends into harmony with the neighborhood and beautifully landscaped and has abundant parking and amenities. As you know, there is a big housing demand in Calexico that cannot be met. Many people have to leave Calexico to find a place to live in Imperial, Central, even Mexicali, or they have to live in ADU with family members. We believe this project will bring housing opportunities to the people, such as young families and students that are willing to come to the San Diego State University Imperial Valley campus, and international business and individuals working in Calexico. Our property lot is huge, and with the shortage of residential land in Calexico, this gives us an opportunity to increase housing needs. We believe that this project will have a little impact in the neighborhood. We are surrounded on the west side by rear fences, schools, parks, large wireless antennas. The south side is with a Little League Park and businesses. The east side is front alley and houses that are being converted into ADUs. And to the north properties, there are 3 or 4 homes. Some follow under the commercial zone highway and business medical offices. It is time to adapt to the changing times. Our neighborhood is a very old neighborhood. It is not a master plan community. It is not even a part of a HOA or association or country club. Our desire is to bring more quality living housing to a much needed area. We have a history of building quality projects in Calexico. Residents and neighbors love it. There are some of the most beautiful small projects that are well maintained with beautiful gardens. We have addressed the concerns that will impact the residents from the planning committee meeting, which were school, children, traffic, and safety. The school district was notified and reviewed with a no comment or opposition. The school principal was also notified with no comment or opposition. The California Department of Transportation was notified and reviewed with no opposition or comments. Working together with the City of Calexico, we have cleared the property of heavy vandalism, drugs, and crime that make it much safer neighborhood. You may see many of the police report and before and after we brought the property. The City Council ran their campaign and was elected in the platform and a promise of promoting development in Calexico. We urge the council to please consider the population growth, the need of the economic development, and the housing shortage that we are currently experiencing. A project like this helps the City of Calexico build a better future for its residents. It is a beautiful project. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, do we have any public comment?
This is a picture of the project, and it's going to be very similar to this one.
Thank you.
Annette Leon.
I'm sorry.
I did the initials.
Yeah, for every item, yes you do. Yes. We have George Wu, and then can we have Chris Main be ready, please?
I'm George Wu. I live at 1041 Heber Avenue, directly next door to this proposed project. Our family's lived there for over 50 years. I want to thank the council for allowing me to say a few words on our behalf and my opinion about this project. Again, my family are strongly opposed to this project. We live right next to it. We've been there 50 years. We've enjoyed the single-family residential area. And this project will negatively affect the entire neighborhood. It's a well-established neighborhood, as I'm sure you're familiar with. The homes have been, it's an established neighborhood. They've been there, it's almost like a historical section of town.
Mr. Wu?
Yes.
Need to speak closer to the mic because
Oh, sure. Okay.
Caption.
So I am not alone in opposing this project. I took it upon myself to circulate a petition in the neighborhood. I've gathered 20 signatures from neighbors. Unfortunately, they can't be here tonight, but they're opposed to this project. This project will only benefit one person, and that's the owners of this project. It's a spot zoning. It only is going to benefit them. And we would really like this council to pass this resolution and deny this project. The neighbors want the council to deny this project. This project, again, will only benefit the owners. And the owners are absentee owners. They live in San Diego. They're not local. They don't live here. This project is a classic example of zone or a spot zoning that only benefits them. I thank the city staff for a very thorough report. It covers everything that I couldn't cover. I couldn't cover it any better. Each point that the city staff brings out is our point. We're completely against this project. The project is between our home and two preschools to the south. And then we have the softball field. It's going to be a concern for the young children in the two preschools. Softball games, the young girls play. It'll be it's a safety issue, right? I can't even imagine living next to having 64 vehicles coming and going all day long. Our neighborhood has been a quiet neighborhood for forever. So I ask the council I humbly ask the council to please deny this project. It will only open up more projects like this in town. Can you imagine the projects like this going down 10th Street, Clark, Ethel, Preston? Where is it going to stop? They wouldn't. There's no stop to it. I believe that sure, we need more housing in Calexico, but it doesn't have to be in that spot.
Thank you, sir.
Next speaker is Chris Main, and then can we have Daniel Ramirez be ready?
Good evening, Council. My name is Michael Christopher Main, 440 Ethel Street, Calexico, California. I'm up here to share my opinion in agreeing with the staff recommendation for denial of this change in resolution to modify the city's general plan, specifically the housing element, from changing its zoning from single-family R1 designation, low density, to RA, residential apartment for high density. In the slideshow that Mr. Quinn over here presented to the council, you can see that nowhere in the immediate area, vicinity around this project, do you have anything other than R1 zoning. There's no need for you to even try to apply for a variance. The only way you could get the amount of these units onto a site, the lot where it's located, is by exploring the opportunity of changing the zoning from low residential R1 to RA. By the state's will and passing of its laws for ADUs, medium density residential is practically obsolete. There's no need for it anymore. But when you're doing such a drastic change per CEQA requirements, you need to go through this entire environmental process to go ahead and modify the city's general plan in this housing element. This spot zoning that's trying to be pushed through has this environmental document called the negative declaration attached to it, which in my opinion, and now the opinion of staff, has numerous flaws into it. Whatever metrics that were used obviously failed. The facts are going to be present once a project like this would to be constructed. There's no way you can have a single family residence and then compare it to 8 units and say that there's no difference in traffic. There's no difference in environmental impact. You have state building codes here that require on-site water retention that weren't required before. You have cinder block walls adjacent to the property going to be affected by the on-site water retention. There's plenty of issues that are that can be presented if a project like this was to be built, and none of them were addressed correctly in that environmental document at all. Now, with this being the first really big, I guess you could say, planning project put in front of this council, now that we no longer have the planning commission to type of be your first filter where you can have us come speak. You know, multiple of us did respond in the public comment period, and I'm pretty sure they were in your backup. So you can see some of the items that staff had presented to you in his report were repeated by me prior to him being here when the city was actually recommending approval. And at that point in time, I don't see how that could have been possible. But right now, the precedent can be set where you can listen to a flawed environmental document, you can ignore staff, and you can ignore the public, and basically do what you want. So I please urge you, vote accordingly, and hopefully we won't have to be talking about it again. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
Next speaker is Daniel Ramirez. And can we have Mark Holloway be ready, please?
Good evening, council members. You guys got your plate full listening to everything's going on here in this town. I feel for the Jimenez, it seem like very beautiful people, good intentions. It's a beautiful project, but in the wrong place. I live at 1069 Heber, 4 houses north of Mr. George Wu. I've been there for 55 years, and there's no way that we're gonna let this project go in place. I'm sorry you had to pay that kind of money that you did for that property, but I would say you can build a 2-story home there if you want, but not a 8-apartment complex. That's, I mean, just out of here. None of you that are here right now with one of those apartments built next to your house. I can assure you of that right now. And we have a school, Rockwood School, that is to the west, and we have the Head Start to the south. And my question is to the Jimenez, if the project did get going, who's gonna vet all these people that are renting there? Who are they? Where are they coming from? We got a problem there, and right next to a school where children are, Head Start and Rockwood. I don't know. I just know a lot of bad things are happening in this world, and I just can't see, and I haven't seen one school built in Imperial County that is at the same block, okay, with an apartment building that has that. They won't allow it. And you shouldn't allow it. And like I say again, I'm sorry, but this is not gonna pass. And it's a beautiful thing. It sounds like a Mar-a-Lago building, but it's in the wrong place. You need to go somewhere else. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you, sir.
Next speaker is Mark Holloway. And Ms. Annette Leon, can you be ready, please?
Good evening, council. I think the thunder has been taken out of everything I was going to say tonight. I think everybody's presented it to you. I don't know for all of you, what spot zoning is. If you've had a chance to look at what spot zoning is, I'd like to let you know very briefly. If I can see it here. Spot zoning is when a property or properties have special zoning laws applied to them, different from zoning laws surrounding them. Such practices by I'm sorry, I don't have my glasses on. Applied to them differ from zoning laws surrounding them. The practice of spot zoning can be very controversial and may be illegal. I can't really stress more than what we're seeing tonight with this project. You have a community that's been there. I mean, I've been there for 40 years. My family had been there for over 60 years. Putting a multiple apartment complex there is just in the wrong spot. I'm not saying that Calexico doesn't need housing. I think even your city staff had turned around and said something that what Calexico needed was lower income housing. They didn't mention anything about upper income housing. It mentioned the fact that there was no transportation hub there. There's no different, I'm sorry, I didn't read everything here. I don't have it all down here. Shopping, I guess, is one of the things that they put out there. Several things. They did a really good job in putting this out to you. Mr. Calderon, you brought something up that I hadn't even seen, was the fact that they've given you incorrect information. I don't see how you can go through and vote on something that you don't have the correct information on in order to, it's going to make a big impact on the city. Another thing I want to bring out, I think that wasn't brought up, I think Mr. Ramirez brought it up, is the fact that you do have a Head Start school there, you have the Rockwood School there. We live in an uncertain world today. I just want to remind everybody, I mean, thank God this is not happening in Calexico, the Uvalde situation, what you had in Boston, Massachusetts. I mean, I hope to God it never happens in Calexico, but none of us are here to say that it can't happen in Calexico. It can happen in Calexico, and this is not the correct project for that area of Calexico itself. Thank you.
Thanks, sir.
Hello, Annette Leon, 1065 West State Street with DeVos Design Group. I actually prepared the draft of the CEQA initial study that is not signed because it's not complete. It was left in draft form. The document had not been circulated. We had still needed to comment on all the comment letters received by all the agencies. So essentially what you have is an unfinished document that had not been updated. So what you have before you is not a complete or finished document, so which is why you're probably all extremely confused. When I worked with Francisco Barba and Esperanza Colio, when I was brought into this situation, was because they had experienced this, well, they already explained it to you. And so we thought, okay, we'll help you out, we'll do it. So the way that they justified the zone change was from, I guess you could say, a zoom out, where if you look across the Rockwood School, you do have RC. So it's a stretch, but it's not spot zoning. What's in your immediate vicinity is R1, but if you take a look one more step up, you'll find that there's RC across the way. So that was their way of making it continuous. As far as completing the document, happy to do so if that's something that you guys need done. But, you know, ultimately we're here, and it is what it is.
Thank you, ma'am.
Next speaker is Julio Rocha.
Good evening. Good evening, City Council members. Well, yeah, I just want you to kind of, think about it because I drive through Heber. And I'm very concerned about the Head Starts right next door because I see the people get off and walk across the street. So, that's a big problem right there. So take it in consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
No more public comments.
Okay, being that there are no other speakers, I'm going to close the public comment portion of this hearing. It's 8:39. Council members, Mayor Pro Tem Legaspi.
Yes, someone had mentioned that we ran for development, which is, you're absolutely correct. But we also ran to listen to the public, to the people. And myself being a prior law enforcement, we've had issues in that general area with traffic. And when I hear that there's 64 vehicles that may come in and out, that's a problem. We don't need that. And we're listening to the residents, people that have been there for 60 years, 50 years, 40 years. We need to listen to them. So I am opposed to this when it comes to voting.
Thank you. Councilmember Thailenda.
Then this question is for staff. This item is recommended for denial. And in the backup document, the staff report, it doesn't highlight the process for the CEQA, what's further remaining? Could you
Yeah.
touch on that?
Yeah, absolutely. Can you hear me properly? Okay, so the CEQA document would be inadequate for project approval. And because upon review of the project and review of the general plan by staff over the past month, it was determined that we wouldn't want the Jimenezes to spend more time and money on addressing the deficiencies of a CEQA document when the proposed rezone would be inconsistent with the general plan and recommended for denial. And so the actual action you're taking is exempt from CEQA, and you don't need a complete CEQA document for approving this action.
Correct. And were the applicants made aware of that requirement in terms of CEQA?
In speaking with Annette earlier on, yes, we discussed maybe providing responses to comments and things of that nature.
Yeah.
To address some of the inadequacies.
Could you clarify where the traffic generation number was derived from? You composed that?
Yes, I had to do that because that was not provided within the initial study.
Okay.
So those were issues that would have been addressed through my comments.
Mm-hmm.
And then the document they would have had to expend more time and of course consultant work to address additional comments. But knowing that it's inconsistent with the general plan, we don't want to put them on that continued path that they were taking and continue stringing them along.
Yeah, and can you explain a little bit more, because I hear comments. The 64, the number 64 is not 64 vehicles coming in and out. It's 64 a potential generation of how many times the residents there would come in and out.
Yes,
not
it's average
necessarily-
daily trips.
So
And it's based on the Institute of Transportation Engineers traffic manual.
Mhm.
And it's just an average for that type of development.
So could you talk about a nexus for denial and a nexus for approval? What the basis is and what the council is responsible for deciding? Because as mentioned, we're all proponents for development in our city, but there's also a nexus to approving certain projects. Can you please explain that and what's before us, and if there's a nexus for denial, which is what's being recommended, and then what the nexus for approval would be?
Yeah, so the nexus for denial is its incompatibility with general plan policies and objectives. Nexus for approval would be if it were to meet those general plan policies, and that would probably be accomplished through our own effort, through the housing element sites inventory, which the city spearheads every 8 years, and which is ongoing now, where we identify suitable sites for rezone throughout the city that would be appropriate in appropriate neighborhoods with appropriate services near parks and commercial spaces. And so that's the current effort we're currently undertaking. It's not the inconsistency that has been determined is not an appraisal of the project itself. The project itself, the architecture, is normally suitable for an RA zone, but just not in this particular location and within an R1 neighborhood.
Could you describe the findings that are required for a decision of this type for a rezone, so that we can better understand like what's required in order to I know you touched upon it, but a little bit more detail.
Yeah, absolutely. So there are several policies in the general plan that relate to multifamily land uses. One of them, policy 1A of the general plan element, states that appropriate density shall be established for new development so that they will be compatible with existing surrounding development. And I don't believe that the project, we could wholly make that consistency determination with that particular policy. Also, policy 8.8 of the general plan land use element states that multiple family residential land uses shall be located in areas where compatible with existing land uses in close proximity to circulation, transit availability, commercial areas, and provision of public services. And likewise, I don't think we can fully meet this policy. And then there's also policies 8B and 8C of the general plan, where multifamily projects should provide sufficient open space to balance the developed areas of the site and provide recreational uses and activities such as playgrounds, picnic areas, and pools. The site provides no open space on-site amenities, and there's no passive recreation nearby.
Can you also clarify, I think it's really important, the Airport Land Use Commission determination and how that impacts the city if it were to be approved in terms of responsibility? We would assume a risk, correct? If it
Yeah,
was
and so if the city council were to overrule, normally the council is allowed to overrule, but when there's an overarching public benefit, because the city does take on the liability in the unlikely event of an aircraft disaster on the site. So if we were to overrule, if the council were to overrule and approve this rezone, we would take on that responsibility.
And can you describe a little bit more what a liability like that would look like if the council were to overrule ALEC's finding?
Yeah, so if there were an aircraft accident on the site, we could potentially be sued.
Okay, thank you.
And it would,
Did you say you
Yes.
want to speak?
Madam Mayor, I hesitate to wade into this, but I'm compelled to. And that is, in a land use decision, the city has spelled out in its general plan what its hopes, wishes, desires, and ambitions are for every square inch of the community. This is an application that says they don't want to do that community vision. They want to do something entirely different. And therefore, in making that request for a change, they bear the burden to convince you sitting as judges, in essence, that the evidence is compelling to allow them to do what their application spells out. You've already heard that the environmental document is flawed and is still not complete. So I would think that would be a very difficult burden for this, because you have to make findings that this meets the general plan, it meets the standards to make a change in the zoning, and that's not the testimony that's been presented tonight. Now, you get away that, and because you've heard conflicting testimony. But the comment about the inadequacy of the environmental document is a serious flaw. The other is, and I want to go to Councilor Talinda's comment, and that is, this city wants to encourage growth and development, create jobs, create housing units, wonderful places to live. We want parks. We heard tonight, we want Little League and we want soccer. But it is when it can be made to fit. And I think you have a case that the craftsman home nature of that neighborhood, and by that I mean an individual architect and or builder built each one of those homes individually, as opposed to a subdivision where there's the mass production. And that neighborhood has a minimum of 20 to 25 years in front of it before it's going to show serious distress, deterioration, that you could say there's a transition going on. That neighborhood is a solid neighborhood, and the school is healthy, and it's so the staff's recommendation is that it be denied. And that's not easy to come to. But you have a choice of approving it. If that's the case, you need to direct your city attorney to write the findings that it meets the criteria. Or you need to make a decision to deny, and that is you need a set of findings that it does not meet the criteria. Now, the applicant had asked for a tabling of the matter. We went ahead and brought this matter to you because it had been noticed. The good and decent people in that neighborhood, the investor, the good and decent people in that neighborhood had been notified. And it's not like you can unring that bell and not hold the hearing. So it's important that they were provided the opportunity to provide you their input. But it is with that your staff vigorously recommends denial of this application. And I just want to be clear on that.
Thank you. Councilmember Marquez.
Well, even though all of us here want to make sure that we are bringing housing opportunities to Calexico, we also want to make sure that we're listening to our citizens who have been here for 50 or more years. These are members of our community, pillars of our community that we respect, and I want to show them honor. Thank you.
Councilmember Calderon.
Thank you, Madam. Yes, we do want change and we want housing, but the more I dig into this, this is from the status from, or data from Housing Authority. We have 195 families waiting for Section 8 voucher leases. We have 126 Section 8 waiting lists. We have 91 public housing waiting lists. These are the type of houses or housing that this Calexico needs. We need to accommodate these people that have been waiting for a long time that don't have anywhere to live. And I just want to apologize to this investor that things happened before we came. We promised transparency, and yet we have to start somewhere. And I believe today is the day that we have to make a strong decision and see and direct Calexico where it needs to go. I'm going to read something to you because I went through this item, supporting documents and everything with a fine-tooth comb here. But I'm going to read something that made a lot of sense to me. And it was a letter that someone submitted as opposing this item. And it goes as follows. The general plan of this city is a well thought of and is designed plan for the city to follow. The housing element, which Calexico is not meeting, is a guideline to project future needs, while the zoning map is a code and should be followed. This project would change the look of 100% single-family homes in the neighborhood and open the door for future zone changes applications. And this was by Mr. Michael Main. So he makes a lot of sense that this should not go through. And I'm opposed to this because I don't want, like someone said, an apartment complex in my neighborhood. And that's all I have.
Thank you, Councilmember Calderon. It's unfortunate that this has gone too long. But I'm not one that's going to support a spot zoning change. I'm not going to establish that precedent. That is a neighborhood, one of the few neighborhoods that continue to show visibly show the history of the city. So I'm sorry that you had to go through these years of back and forth, but I'm not gonna keep wasting your time. So at this time, I'm going to motion to accept staff's recommendation. So my motion is to approve item number 11 as denying, which is staff recommendation. Do I have a second?
I have a second.
Okay, roll call.
So the staff report.
Mayor Diana Noricabo,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Victor Legaspi,
Yes.
Councilmember Lisa Thailenda,
Yes.
Councilmember Adriana Marquez,
Yes.
Councilmember Lorenzo Calderon.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, thank you. Okay,
And then we had to write things.
so we're gonna move over to city manager's report. I'm sorry.
Okay, so I won't have a blank look on my face this time when you ask for that report. First of all, I want to thank the citizens that I've had the opportunity to meet in my 7 days here so far. I have found your staff to be hardworking, well-intentioned people who care deeply about their community.
Can you,
And-
Mr. Daniel, just let them, let the people leave.
Okay.
I can't hear what you're saying. Thank you, Mr. Daniel.
Thank you. I want to start by you all, as counselors, met a couple Saturdays ago in a goal-setting session. And at that time, you worked collaboratively. Every person participated, and you all laid out your hopes, your dreams, your aspirations, and the Calexico that you wanted to see in the future. And you identified, because remember we said, if we have 10 goals, we have no goals. So you all picked 3 that were at the top of your list, and that was public safety. That the people, the good and decent people of this community, need to feel safe in their homes. They need to feel that when they go to the grocery store, they're not vulnerable on carjackings. They need to know that their children can walk to the park and be safe. They know that when they call 911, someone's going to come, and when they call the fire department, there's going to be someone there in under 4 minutes. And that is consistent with public opinion across the country. There's a great deal of concern that crime has gotten the upper hand. And so you identified public safety as your number one priority. You identified as your second one economic development. And that means that you are going to work in this during your term of office to create private investment in this community that is going to create jobs. That means more people need housing, and then additional retail goods and services follow that housing, follows the rooftop, so to speak. So that is a formula for economic development. And it is a formula that I've used for 55 years, and it's worked. And it will or can result in an increase in the median household income in this community, population growth, expansion of existing businesses, recruitment of new businesses. And I'm not just talking about a Chick-fil-A versus a Burger King as variety of different uses, but it can mean just a variety of goods and services that come to the community. I hold that there is no higher calling for any of us sitting up here and the staff that's in the audience than to be able to work with a private investor to create jobs, a new job, an opportunity for someone with an existing job in this community to get a higher paying job, to get the training. We have in this community San Diego State University. As was pointed out by an astute council member, they rejected 80,000 students last year to go to San Diego State. Well, I've got an idea. Why don't you send 8,000 out here to this facility? It's a great facility. And we can go get interns to help us do a better job and to provide the training for our young people and our adults looking for new careers. And it's called workforce development. The third priority you set was fiscal stability and sustainability. Because getting a grant is for something, is a wonderful event, because it would allow us to build a new aquatic center or a new, and I was at the senior center the other day, it would allow us to rehab a wonderful facility that was full of great programs. But that's a one-time shot of money. We need to have focus on bringing in, I'm going to say industry, but I don't mean steel mills and or slaughterhouses or things like that. I mean suburban and maybe ag-related, but manufacturing. There are data centers that are being built around the country. For example, in Prineville, Oregon, every Facebook message that is sent goes through Prineville, Oregon, in the western United States. And the reason is because it's cheap power, and because of IID, at least today, we have some of the cheapest power in the Southwest. We need to identify the assets of this community and then identify those businesses that can expand to capitalize on those assets and new businesses to come in that can capitalize on those assets. And you all might not think so, but you have amongst the cheapest power in the Southwest United States. I know it doesn't feel that way when you're paying your utility bill, nor does it feel that way at my house. But you have goals, and the point of this part of my report is I am working with your staff people to each of them identify how they are going to implement your goals within their area of responsibility. Public Works is going to operate more efficiently and get projects done on time, in budget, because that may help create an economic development opportunity for a new business to locate, or a new subdivision, or some great residential lands that have already been approved, but allow them to move forward. You know, your Parks and Recreation Department is going to define what they are going to do to create the recreation opportunities within this community to strengthen the soccer programs that we heard so much about, to strengthen the Little League, to provide opportunities that don't involve heavy physical activity, that may be, I'm drawing a blank now, but more passive sports. But I can tell you, there's a spirit in that senior center, the likes of which I've never seen before. Now, there were 2 games of bingo, which made me want to sit down. But you have every single department in this city that their business reports up through you that can be a part of improving the public safety in this community, creating new jobs. Now, government doesn't create jobs, so we have to induce private investment. And the last is, we need to spend any nickel that we have and get 10 cents of value out of it. We need to stretch that money as far as we can, because we are still rated as the second most financially vulnerable community in the state, or number 2 in most likely to go bankrupt. We are a self-insured city, which is the highest risk position you can be in, because that means, and I saw it in today's paper, a police officer was killed and the judgment was $10 million to the family. Now, that city was fully insured, so it's going to cost them $200,000. You're not. So that's how serious this is. And from my vantage point, you as individuals didn't create these problems. But the good and decent people of this community have assigned it to you to turn the page and to get this cleaned up and headed in the right direction. And it may take 10 years, but it's one day at a time. And I have gotten to know the staff people that you have working for you, and these people can get you there with the proper structure, the proper oversight, and the proper leadership, elected leadership. So let me move through some of these more quickly. One of the things we found was that the city had improperly calculated its pension contributions, and but through our finance director, Carla, who has been meeting all day, every day with Mr. Calpers, the pension manager in Sacramento, and she's got the issue down to 4 employees that there were errors that have to be corrected. Now, we don't know yet whether they're errors that cost 85 cents or $8, but we know that it is manageable, and that earned her the MVP status for today. You have hundreds of thousands of dollars of grant funds that the city's received, that it's built the projects, but it didn't do the paperwork. And as a result of not doing the paperwork, the state has frozen that money that can come to us. And those are monies which are aimed at addressing the needs of low and moderate income children, families, housing, and the like. Now, before you wince when I said low and moderate, the median household income in this state is $93,000. So the state identifies low and middle income as less than $87,000. Well, I'm here to tell you that the median household income in this community is closer to 45 to 50. So call it the whole darn town. There's a funding source that's aimed at getting improved infrastructure and services to the vast majority of people in this community that we have been frozen out from until we can get all that paperwork done. And that's a big priority in my life. You have serious positions in the city that are vacant. You don't have a public works director, but you've got $120 million of infrastructure projects that staff is struggling getting the engineering design done, to get the bid documents written, to issue those bid documents, bring them to you, you pick the low bidder, you authorize a contract, and then we're out there inspecting and making sure that they build to what you approved. Now, every one of those projects, from $48 million for the New River project to a couple $1 million for a walking path and park along the New River. Those are projects that will improve the lives of people in this community. And right now we got the money. Now in the real world, cities don't have the money. So you are blessed. It's just getting these projects out the door. Now, I'm an old guy, former public works director. We will get those projects. If I have to hire 6 engineering companies, give each one of them a project, and then it's a race to get that done. But the comments earlier tonight trouble me deeply about the way our projects, it's not the way we need to get them done. Because there are safety concerns for not only the employees, but the traveling public, the neighborhoods nearby. And we need to do our very best. And I can promise you, you will see improvements there very shortly. So you have a public works director, a city engineer, combined position that's vacant. You've got human resources, or the person in charge of filling the positions, not there. So you're looking at your HR director. Now, there are people that know a lot more about this than I do. And in not only the public works director, but the city engineer, the HR director, and the last one, the grant writer, we're going to go find, for the money that we have available, the very best qualified person. And they're probably working, and they might be working for another city nearby. We're going to go get them. We're not going to put an ad in the paper and let those that aren't employed fill out an application. We are going to go get the very best that we can within the time, within the money allowed. We have every piece of property the city owns on which someone's driving, walking down the sidewalk, playing on the play equipment. We are liable for any injury that happens. And the courts tend to look at municipalities as the deep pocket. Well, I can tell you our pockets aren't deep. So we need to minimize those claims that come rolling in. And we need to think in the field about making sure that we have safe facilities, that we have ADA Act, Americans with Disability Act access proper, that we don't have sidewalks that are buckling and that create trip and fall incidents. Because I'm gonna go through this roof if I'm the one who trips and falls and breaks my collarbone. But we all need to do everything we can to protect every member of the city. I mentioned the insurance on Fire Station 2. We are very, very close to that project being accepted. There's a bunch of what I call last-minute punch list, and it's like whether an electrical outlet has a plate on it, whether it is that the mat to wipe your feet off so you're not coming in with slippery shoes. These are very, very minor things that should be achievable in 5-10 days. I mean, it is not, and then after that, there's a year warranty that comes from the contractor that guarantees the operation and the acceptability. You have water and wastewater facilities that were built in the 50s. They are old technology. In some cases, they are dangerous technology. For example, using solid or chlorine in its solid form as opposed to liquid form, which that change happened about 50 years ago. Solid chlorine is much more explosive. Pieces of that water treatment plant and the wastewater treatment plant are wearing out rapidly. And the older they get, the more rapidly they age. Those need to be replaced. Those facilities need modernized. Because if we fail to do that, you're going to get a call from me that the water treatment plant's down. And you're going to have to make the decision to notify the good and decent people in this community that we need to boil the water before you drink it. On the wastewater treatment plant, there's, again, aged technology, but I'm 72, so I'm aged as well. But, and it's not if, it's when. You're going to get a notice that the environment's being contaminated because our clarifier and other pieces of that plant aren't doing their job. And we're discharging into already polluted river water that is not acceptable. It's not fishable and swimmable, which is the standard. So we need to address these things. And I'm going to start going through some things quicker because I can see the heavy eyelids rolling back. But the police chief is looking at a community lost and found for things that people leave behind, whether they be in parks or on benches downtown or whatever. You know, it's there, and if somebody presents the rationale for why it's theirs, they get to reclaim it. But if not, once a year, we're going to do an auction because it's surplus. We're also going to do an auction on old police cars, old fire trucks, old road graders, old tractors, old lawnmowers. I've been parts of the communities where we've auctioned off old transit buses that are now party buses to go to Charger games. The police chief has been working on the meters downtown. He did an outstanding job with the members of the downtown business community. They were all here wanting to get those meters back in place to where they can have an officer that specializes in meeting the needs of the downtown businesses. That the chief has the agenda item for tonight, which was, you know, here's the area. He's going to be back at your next meeting, and he's going to say, here's the vendor that we have decided is the very best parking meter vendor that will use credit cards, and the rates can adjust during the day if that's what this council wants to do. And then he's going to ask for, at the next meeting, authorization to install those at the rate that existed when you took them out. And then he's going to work with that business community about what the rate should be to allow the improvements that need to be done to the infrastructure downtown, to cover the cost of meter collection, to cover the cost of additional patrol, to cover the cost of making sure that the crosswalks are painted and it's a safe and viable district. We've got a garbage problem in this town, and we need to collectively work to get garbage in garbage cans and get businesses that are supposed to have garbage cans to sign up for the service, because if not, it gets stacked all over downtown. It gets stacked in our neighborhoods. It gets thrown out of car windows. It gets left behind in the parks. And we need don't skewer me, but we need a culture refinement, because none of the people that are doing that would do it in Disneyland. Now, I'm not saying Calexico is Disneyland, but it's our hometown. And it's a place that we care about deeply. And we need to instill, take care of your garbage. Next is the fleet manager, supervisor is retiring very shortly, maybe the end of the month. And we're going to be putting that position out. In all likelihood, you'll see some musical chairs down there as the lower level employees feel they're capable and qualified and they want up here, so then lower level jobs get created, and that's just part of the evolution of the workforce. But we should celebrate his 30 plus years of service to the community, and this is the person that kept every car, truck, tractor working. There's a number of great events that are coming up. I continue to be shocked and amazed at what the library does, what the recreation center does, what the senior center does. We need to make sure that they have the resource to keep doing it. There was a disagreement with an employee on what her pay should be. We worked with the union that represents this individual, came to an agreement. That's going to be in front of you at your next meeting for sign, that the matter's resolved. The Housing Authority is a very unique organization, but I've seen governors spend, this one opened up $70 billion of housing projects, affordable housing projects, of which most of the people in this community are going to qualify. Housing rehab for homeowners that would make $20,000 available at a very low interest to replace the roof. And these are people needing a cash infusion because their personal cash flow isn't delivering that to them. And they can get a new roof, they can get new desert landscaping, they can get weatherization to where they're using less energy. Those programs where housing authorities are eligible to receive, and better able to receive than cities. The Imperial Valley Economic Development Corporation, remember, your number 2 spot goal is economic development. They are a countywide organization, and I know Mr. Kelly who runs it, and he is one of the best and very best in the state. And he is, we need to work with him and get better at business recruitment and asking businesses. For example, we should talk with every existing business in this community and ask them, what's keeping you from expanding? You know, is there an impediment out there that we are unwittingly contributing to that is not getting them the customers that they need to grow? Because, well, so we need to find out. We need to find out when Chick-fil-A or somebody else is looking around. What are you looking for, and how can we convince you that we're it? Now, forget that I use that particular brand, but, you know, Lou and Chuck's vitamin manufacturing place to make us all just a little bit more bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. You know, what do you need to locate here? And maybe we can work and try and get a strategy to get that. I am meeting with Mr. Solano at the park that you raised today. Yeah.
Today, what? Let's do it.
Well, no, I mean, I was given a date that a woman
Let's keep
in
the
my office.
interaction between here.
Yeah, okay, that my office said, you have a date. So, the issue on Cordova Park, that's gonna be a very tough issue to resolve. But we have to get that resolved, and we have to find the compromise where 1 + 1 = 3. And I heard tonight we need more soccer parks. I heard tonight we need more Little League parks. I heard tonight we need more parks. Well, we have to figure that out and make the most economical and efficient decision that has us spending the least amount of money to get the greatest green space for our kids to continue to become champions. But I can tell you that there has not been a decision made about the future of that park. And whatever decision is made will have heavy involvement by the people that live and use that park. It will not be done in the middle of the night. It will not be done without anybody who has an opinion having a chance to meaningfully talk about it, and not just at a public hearing where there's high anxiety. But, you know, one of the things we need to do is we need to talk to kids about what do they want in a park that they want to go to. Because they'll define, we need to talk to seniors. We need to talk to a variety of people that are going to use that park and make sure that what gets built gets used. The New River project, phase 1 is advancing smartly. But I got a gift the other day. The county called and said that they had a grant from the Army Corps of Engineers to help with construction of something. Well, because of inflation and delays in getting construction started, the improvements that we thought were going to cost X cost X + 2. So they have made available to us an additional $550,000 that they wanted that much money to do some planning and engineering work. But the money they got, the color of that money can only be spent to construct things. Well, that's what we're doing. So the county, acting county administrator contacted me, and I said, you'd be surprised what I'll do for $550,000 to improve the lives of people in this community. And I would gladly and with strong support go to council and present that for your decision. We have State Senator Padilla coming to visit on Friday. He wants to look at the New River project, but that may be why he's coming. But we're going to have a list of things he can do to help us get more soccer parks, more Little League fields, to rehab the senior center.
So a motion to continue the meeting? Do you have a second? Roll call?
Mayor Diana Noricumbo?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Victor Legaspi?
Yes.
Councilmember Lisa Thailenda?
Yes.
Councilmember Adriana Marquez?
Yes.
Councilmember Lorenzo Calderon? Motion passes.
Okay. We wanna
Oh,
finalize our list?
I tell you what, this will be less than 3 minutes.
Okay.
Don't you start that
Two.
clock.
I'm
No,
gonna start the
no,
clock now.
the issue at Hearthstone that Jose and others raised today, we cannot have those situations. And I'm going to be visiting with a construction crew out there about if it weren't for the good and decent people in that neighborhood, you wouldn't have a job and you wouldn't be getting a paycheck. So you treat those people with respect. Graffiti. I was shocked and stunned when I went down the other day to the senior center and that container that's down there, I was, my jaw hit the ground. It is a crime to vandalize. And the word needs to go out that we're going to find you. We're going to go after people that are causing a waste of money to cover up their symbol as they claim turf and whatever. I'm going to be working with the police chief, and we're going to go aggressively after graffiti because it is an absolute waste of money to have to go paint up over when the senior center itself needs paint just for paint. And it's we've talked about the housing element, the need to get the housing element or to update our housing rules and regulations to encourage and remove impediments that are unnecessarily delaying housing. Now, but whatever housing gets built needs to be the right housing type in the right spot and fit with the neighborhood. That's enough.
Okay. I know there's a lot of work to do, but we got,
Well,
I know it's a long list, but Mayor Pro Tem Legaspi? Oh, we're moving on to city council comments.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The city manager and I met with, the mayor and I met with Mr. Ortega and Cindy Alba from the Calexico Housing Authority regarding the camping or private property ordinance, and we also touched upon the unhoused individuals. So it was a productive meeting, something that we can work on in the near future. So we're working with them. Somebody had mentioned on the last council meeting that if we ever got a hold of a housing authority. Well, I did. I finally got a hold of them a couple of days ago. I spoke to Terry Nava from Housing Authority and learned that they do not have housing for homeless right now. They did work on a grant some time ago, but I don't think it panned through. So at this moment, they don't have housing for them. I attended the State of the County address by Chairperson Mr. Hawk regarding the future of the county that also entails the surrounding cities. I attended SDSU grand opening for their wellness center, which will be providing all sorts of assistance to students other than education. We had the council members are interviewing potential commissioners, which is the first time that we've ever done that before, and we're learning so much. We're not done yet. I think Mr. Calderon and I have we're paired up to interview quite a bit tomorrow. So we've learned quite a bit from the people that we've been talking to, and this should have been done a long time ago to pick the right person for the job. The mayor, the city manager, acting fire chief, and I had a meeting with Caltrans regarding future road highway constructions. I attended the Calexico Library Technology Center regarding the presentation on artificial intelligence, the pros and cons. And I didn't know there was a lot of them out there regarding to the pros and cons. I attended the Women in Arts exhibit at the Cultural Arts Center. Thank you for having that, Norma. Viewed many art displayed out there by our local talents. We have a lot of talented locals out there. Also, I attended the town hall meeting regarding the meters, and thank you, Chief, for doing an awesome presentation. I think the business people, the majority of them bought into it. So thank you, sir. That's it.
Thank you, Councilmember Thailenda.
Good evening, everyone. The last 2 weeks since our last meeting, I took it upon myself to begin reaching out to business owners in the downtown district in light of the traffic meters item that's on the agenda in a little bit. I wasn't able to make it to the town hall. I had a family emergency, so I apologize. I really wanted to come out. With that said, as the city manager mentioned, we have a meeting with Senator Padilla, which we're looking forward to Friday. But something I do want to take this time to discuss was I witnessed what happened earlier at the intersection of Meadows and Cole, and it was awful. It was really disappointing. And I did send an email, and it wasn't, I didn't get the information, but we need to know who the construction manager was, and I asked if the residents were notified. We had Ms. Hinojosa come up here saying they were not notified. I'm very disappointed with that situation. It was awful to witness, and in peak hours, and I was on my way to get my son, and I'm trying to get to him on time. And then I look over here and I see the situation happening, and I know that we all were making phone calls to see if staff was aware. And I did witness at the intersection, hands being thrown, the gestures going on, and that was unacceptable. Extremely disappointing. And I'd also, like I said, I would like my email answered. I want to know who the construction manager is. That should have never happened. That should never happen. Anyway, that's all I have. I'll keep it short. Thank you.
Councilmember Marquez.
Since our last meeting, I was able to attend the Read Across America at the Camarena Library. It was a really a nice event. They had the teachers union present. They had ECEP there as well. They were giving out free books. They were doing arts and crafts for the children, games. They even had sensory stations. So it was a really wonderful event. So congratulations on that. I was also able to come in and listen in the town hall in regards to the parking meters. I was really happy to see how engaged the business owners were and how they are willing to work with Chief Orozco, and kudos to him, because I know that takes a lot for someone to be able to be flexible and work with them as well. I felt that everybody left that meeting it turned out to be a very positive meeting in so many different ways, because not only were the meters addressed, but other issues as well. We were able to attend the school board meeting, or a meeting with the school board, in regards to the involvement of the impact fees, and also how we can work together with them in other projects outside of maybe the in regards to the after-school programs and things like that. I was also invited and was able to go to Rodriguez Park and to the Babe Ruth first game. There was some issues, but it was fixed. I think that everybody came together. Thank you, Mr. Solano, for always being there to help out. Everything came together, and the game was good. And the kids had a very good time. It was really windy and very cold, but they didn't mind. So that is the end of my report. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Calderon.
Yeah, good evening again, and thank you for joining us tonight. I just want to again take the time to congratulate you, Mr. Contreras. Your hard work and dedication is greatly appreciated. I mean, in the 2 months that I have worked with you, you've been instrumental in providing information, not only that, but helping the community. not only are you a mentor to your department, but a mentor to those who were just hired in your department, and hopefully they'll learn from you and become great firefighters. And congratulations to all our athletes that were recognized today. This is our future, and we should recognize them. I think it's important, and that way we can keep them off the streets. Last week, I toured the Recreation Department, which is the community center, and thank you, Ms. Gerardo and staff. They took me around, shown me what they do for the day. I even walked into some of the classes. I think it was a nutrition class. There was approximately 15 ladies in that class, very energetic and very vocal. And they were actually saying, yes, if we like what you guys are providing us for or providing for us, but we'd like to see more programs for us and space, because apparently they do these exercises with sticks, and the sticks are so big that they're hitting each other and so forth. So maybe in the future we can get them more space and so forth. I also walked around. The community center needs a lot of work. It needs remodeling. The walls look back. The restrooms look nasty. The ceilings look worse. And it's sad because I mentioned to Ms. Gerardo that I actually, my wedding was there. And it still looks the same. And this is since 1986, you know. So we need to invest money into this because we have citizens going there, hundreds of citizens actually going into this area. And we need to put more attention and actually more funding so we can take care of them. I also went to the community center, the part where we have Catholic charities. I sat there too with some of the individuals. There was like 40 plus individuals there that were playing board games. They were very active and they were very happy, and hopefully we can continue these services for them. And last but not least, Rodriguez Park has been an issue since I got here 2 months ago, and I know that we're making every effort to try to accommodate the needs and so forth. I don't know why the process is so slow, but I know that our staff have ordered the benches, the urinals, the toilets, and everything else. And hopefully, that once we get them, we're able to install them and meet the needs not only of our citizens, but also of our athletes that are using this field. But again, I think it takes teamwork. Mr. Solano is a big part of it. And I've seen Mr. Saldana there and everybody's trying to help to make this work. And again, if we can get these items that are still pending, hopefully by or before this baseball season, we can install them and keep everybody happy. And that's all I have.
Thank you, Councilmember Calderon. I'm not going to repeat what the rest of the council members said. We've pretty much been involved in all of these meetings and doing. I just wanted to add, Councilmember Calderon forgot to add that he had a meeting with the IID and he was able to look into moving forward with getting the valves for the Ryzen field. So hopefully we can get that basin how it should be, since it already has some fencing for softball and it has the lighting. So I think it's important to say that.
It is, because it will give us approximately 4 playing fields where we can stop the water from coming up and actually wetting these fields, like on Rising Park, Gutierrez, and all those parks that are on water basin status. The valves will stop this water, and the only time they'll be open is when we have rain. So this will allow the rains that are within our communities to flow out into the drainage. And also, thanks to Mr. Pacheco and Ms. Eugenio, they're looking into providing lighting for the Nosotros Park, putting in LED lights, and hopefully that'll provide more lighting for sports courts so they can practice at night when it's hot and so forth. So that is also coming up. Thank you.
Okay, now we're going to move forward with consent agenda. Do we have any public comment, Madam Clerk?
We do. We have public comment for item number 7. If we can have Ricardo Ortega come up and then have Daniela Vega ready, please.
Thank you. Thank you. Dear Mayor, City Council members, and city officials, my name is Ricardo Ortega. I lived at 429 Sherman Street, Calexico. I want to express my strong opposition to the proposed ordinance regulating camping on public and private property in the city of Calexico. While I recognize the city's concerns regarding public health, safety, and access to shared spaces, this ordinance takes a punitive approach to homelessness rather than offering meaningful solutions. Instead of addressing the root causes of homelessness, this measure criminalizes poverty, infringes on individual rights, and may expose the city to significant legal and financial consequences. As you know, the ordinance imposes penalties, including fines and potential misdemeanors charges, on individuals who camp in public or private spaces. This approach does not address the underlying issue that lead to homelessness, but rather punishes those who are most vulnerable. The United States Supreme Court recent decisions may allow stricter enforcement of anti-camping laws, but that does not mean that the laws are just, effective, or the best interest of our community of Calexico. The ordinance assumes that individuals are choosing not to use available shelters, yet there are no shelters in Calexico. According to the Imperial County HUD 2024 Continuum of Care Homeless Point and Count, dated January 1st, 2024, there are only 41 shelter beds in the county of Imperial and none in Calexico. The proposed ordinance grants city officials broad authorities to confiscate and destroy personal property deemed unattended or public nuisance. This raises serious due process concerns, as individuals may lose important possessions, including identifications, medication, and essential survival items. In addition, the ordinance restricts property owners' rights. Many cities have enacted similar laws and have faced legal challenges. If challenged, the Calexico could be forced to defend this ordinance in court, resulting in substantial legal fees and potential settlements. Furthermore, enforcement of this ordinance will require additional policing and administrative resources, burdening the city's budget without addressing the underlying issues. I urge the City Council to reject this ordinance and instead consider alternatives that prioritizes housing first approach and compassion solutions that address the root cause of the problem. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Next speaker is Daniela Vega, and can we have Alondra Avitia be ready?
Good evening, council members and community members. My name is Daniela Vega. I'm an organizer with the ACLU of San Diego and Imperial Counties and a resident of Brawley. I have given all of you a copy of a letter from our interim managing legal director regarding this item. This letter was also emailed to you. I also have copies in case anyone in the public would like one. The fundamental obligation of the city of Calexico is to safeguard the health, safety, and well-being of every resident, regardless of housing status. While the U.S. Supreme Court recent ruling in City of Grant Pass, Oregon versus Johnson, eliminated one narrow legal protection for people who are experiencing homelessness, many other laws still protect the rights of these individuals, including the California Constitution. The ordinance allows the city, as previously said, to take personal belongings that are considered an immediate health and safety risk. This may deprive people from IDs, benefit cards, clothing, and bedding. The enforcement of this code may lead to liability under the Fourth Amendment's prohibition of unreasonable seizures. Courts in the Ninth Circuit have made clear that Fourth Amendment protections apply to the seizure of unattended property of people experiencing homelessness on sidewalks and other public rights of way. People who are experiencing homelessness cannot avoid living outdoors when there is insufficient access to dignified housing, nor can they avoid storing their belongings in public spaces. There is effectively no way for them to comply with the ordinance. In the city's analysis of the ordinance, the city cites unsanitary conditions as one of the leading reasons for this action. Many groups in the past have been advocating for public restrooms, not only for the people who are experiencing homelessness, but for the residents and visitors of the city. The city could actively work towards meaningful solutions by providing access to public restrooms. We ask that you work on real solutions and invest in effective housing first policies, which is the state's official policy to get people off the streets and into their own affordable, permanent housing. Given this and other legal concerns with the proposed ordinance, we urge you to vote no and avoid violating people's rights and potentially costly litigation. Please contact us if you have any questions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am.
Next speaker is June Kim, and then can we have Gael Garcia be ready?
It's a late evening. It's been long days today, and I'm glad to see the council member to try to protect our community members. They've been settled down there. They're going to be big chaos for them in case of they accept it. I'm glad to council member to work with the community, listening them. It's one of the good things I can see today. And 2015, in the winter, Calexico had some shelter, and then served the community and the poor people. The problem with the county, there's no shelter, there's not enough shelter to about the homeless. Calexico is none. And also, they're not staying there. So 2015, Calexico made some big shelter for them. What happens? The other city, from the county, police officers, they give him the money, they buy the ticket to send it to the Calexico. Church, they bring the Calexico people. So we are gathering lots of homeless from the whole the town, whole the county. And also the law is doesn't supporting us like right now the Supreme Court decision. So I've been here talking about 2 times about the homeless. We need to have certain decent level of the shelter they can go, so we can move them to the shelter to taking care of it. The Calexico is not enough. We don't have enough money. Calexico has to be working with the other cities together, county. What I understand, the county have about $20 million sitting down there. So we need to get help from them. At least if we can get the mobile home style, whatever, we can put them their shelter. Then we can force them to law to moving them from there. Without any facility for them to be there, if we keep coming, kicking back them there, then they're gonna sue us again. So, a little think about the backside, a little step back. I understand that we have good tools to taking care of all the homeless issues, but at the same time we need to prepare at least a certain level of the place they can go. That will succeed this project. If not, then we're gonna keep the noise, and also homeless people, what they're gonna do. One way or the other, we're not gonna be able to handle it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Next speaker is Gael Garcia, and then can we have Daniela Flores be ready?
I'm writing to urge you to vote no on the proposed anti-capping ordinance. I understand that the frustration some people feel seeing unhoused individuals in public spaces day after day, but criminalizing homelessness doesn't fix the problem, it only makes things worse for everybody. You guys said it's inhumane to let people live on the streets, but how is it more humane to fine them 100, then 500, then eventually jail them up to 3 months? Pick anybody in this room. I task you to pick anybody in this room, and they too would struggle to pay the $500 fine. Now imagine giving the same fine to someone who has nothing. What happens next? Jail time, then what? They come back out to the same street, only with less than what they had before. You say this ordinance will generate money, but jailing people is expensive. It will only cost the city more than it ever brings in. This isn't a revenue generator, it's a revenue loser. What happens to their belongings? You're not just finding or jailing someone, you're throwing away the little that they have left. That's not inhumane, it's just cruel. If the concern is public hygiene, then why not invest in public restrooms? Downtown Calexico doesn't have free, accessible bathrooms. People are not just urinating on sidewalks because they want to. It's because there are no real options. The only option is a Jack in the Box, and you have to pay for that. I've heard there was funding available for public restrooms. Where did that go? Maybe you guys should look into it. This ordinance doesn't solve homelessness, it just pushes the people further into crisis. And it opens up lawsuits. An example is the city of Vallejo. They passed similar policies and now are getting dragged into court. A federal judge even stopped them from tearing down a women's shelter, saying the city was putting her at greater risk. The same legal reasoning could absolutely apply here in Calexico. So this isn't ethically questionable, it's legally risky. And if you guys are not familiar with the Vallejo lawsuit, I've sent emails to you with more information regarding that. Let's not pretend Calexico is sitting on a pile of cash. The city has no money. Meeting after meeting, we hear the same thing. There's no funding, no extra resources, no room in the budget. So why even take on the risk of a lawsuit? That's not a bad move. It's a fiscally irresponsible one. Lawsuit plus broken city equals disaster. If we're serious about addressing homelessness, we need real solutions and not citations. We need shelter beds, we need services, we need compassion, not criminal records. I ask you to take a step back and reconsider what this ordinance really does, not just in theory, but in practice, in people's lives and in our community as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Daniela Flores. I'm speaking today in the capacity of the executive organizer of Imperial Valley Equity and Justice Coalition, but I did also want to share that I'm a board director at the ACLU of San Diego and Imperial County, and you have my word that you make the inhumane decision today. You bet that I will use all the energy that I have and all the advocacy that I can do within the institution to make sure that they take you all to court if you all pass this. And of course, I am just one director, and I am not speaking on behalf of the board, but I am a member and can use my voice in that way. It doesn't sound like you all are hearing your community and making this decision. You had a room packed full of people last time. There were about 40 comments, and I think there was one that was supportive of your policy. So you said that you were going to take this position to have transparency and to listen to what residents want. And what I saw at the last meeting was that residents are in opposition of this ordinance. So approving this is completely rejecting what your residents are saying. The other thing is, Mr. Legaspi, you're saying that it was a very productive meeting. That's not what the community-based organizations perceive, actually. That meeting, there was no indication that there is a willingness to actually meet and before rushing into these inhumane decisions. There's no indication that you all are willing to sit down, take a step back, and put solutions together. Instead, what are you doing? You're taking away the trash cans from the downtown. That's how you think the city's gonna get cleaned up. You are following the steps from the past council that thinks that putting gates is the way to bring solutions and not actually adding restrooms, right? And the last point I'm gonna make is I'm gonna be here and continue to remind you that this is not just about people that don't have homes. This is also about the workers that make this county great. This is about the farm workers, whether they live in Mexicali or they live in Calexico. Guess what? They have to show up hours before they start to get paid to go to work and work the fields. I think all of you are forgetting, like, I bet you have family members that are farm workers, and I don't know how you go back to your family with the policy decisions that you're making. And I mean, Adriana, you're gonna tell me that you don't have farm worker family members that you're turning your back on by approving this. So I urge a no on this item, and
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Katia Lara.
Okay, hello everyone. Last time we had a conversation, and as Calexico Chronicle pointed it was a constant chatter in the audience. The question that I was presenting to you guys was, you were mentioning that you talked to the county, that you talked to the police, that you talked to everyone. My question was not, did you talk to housing? My question was, did you, all of you, talk to a houseless person, a houseless individual? That was my question. And I received no response. So after these public comments, I would expect a response. Now, I want to do a little activity. I want to ask you guys, and I expect an answer. How many houseless shelters does Calexico have? 4. How many for men? 1. How many public restrooms does Calexico have? 0. How many substance abuse centers does Calexico have? 1. How many food help does the city of Calexico have? 1. And it is a community-run organization called Brown Bag Coalition. The Supreme Court decided that this ruling could pass, this inhumane ruling could pass if you guys were offering shelters to people. But you're not. So that opens you guys to litigation and lawsuits. And I promise you that lawsuits would come. They will come. Just because you think that houseless people are invisibilized, we will stand up for them. And we will make their concerns and their abuse heard through a court of law. Because y'all aren't listening here. So maybe some extra money out of your pockets will make you want to listen to our concerns. Another point that I do want to say is, I know you guys mentioned that you were meeting with Senator Padilla. Maybe something that you can ask him is, why do you have your phone number cut off where your constituents can't reach you? Why do you continue to fund the genocide of Palestinians, where yesterday and the day before they killed over 450 people with our tax dollars? Why? Maybe you can ask him that, and maybe you can tell him to turn on his phone, to listen to his constituents. But maybe y'all don't like listening to constituents, so maybe that message won't pass through. How about that? Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Next speaker is Jesus Solano, and after Mr. Solano is Carla Ibarra.
Good evening. Jesus Solano, 426 Roosevelt, Calexico. I rise to be in favor of this resolution. And to remind you, all of you ran on cleaning up Calexico, okay? And to deal to a certain point was the unsheltered. I understand it's not lack of empathy, but for years, not just Calexico, a lot of cities were having trouble with the unsheltered situation. But the Supreme Court gave you a tool. It gave you literally a legal tool. So implement it, use it. Do not let Calexico be created a destination point where it's gonna get full of unsheltered people. I understand that they need some help, but I will speak out of my own personal experience. A few months ago, when I was out there trying to assist them on 3rd Street at that old building that Fiesta place. I literally went out there in the morning and in the evenings. I would take them water, Gatorade, and have conversations with them. I would tell them, Go down the alley. There's neighborhood. There's a cool place there. They'll feed you there. And also, there's transportation. You can go to El Centro, Catholic Charities. They'll take care of you. You can bathe, you can shower there. They can feed you 3 times if there's new clothes or used clothes. They'll assist you. There's assisting from the county. None of them. I could not convince none of them in 10 days, roughly. I was there in the morning and in the evening. So don't let yourself be intimidated. You guys were selected out there, okay, as council members to represent the community as a whole. So this will not be the first or the last time that someone's going to come up here and intimidate you that they're going to slap you with a lawsuit. My understanding is that Calexico was working with the county. So I know that you guys are working hard, so that's good. The way Mr. Orozco explained it the other way, the way it's going to implement it, you know, that's a proper way. I know that there's some audience behind me that don't appreciate it, and it doesn't matter what you do. They'll be pissed off, okay? So you're up here, you're supposed to do your job in the best interest of the whole community. You know how bad Calexico has been for these past years, and it's affecting a lot the community in general, but especially downtown, the business. So do your job, please.
Thank you, sir.
Yes. Good afternoon. My name is Carla Ibarra, 2219 Iturralde. And I just wanted to commend you. I am very proud of this council. You have no idea. You have been the first council in a very long time that has listened to us, talked to us, called us. Not only that, but you read. You do a little bit more of a background, and I know it's a lot of items to take care of, but this is one of them. And I am, like Mr. Solano, in favor of this item, and the reason is you're gonna have a lawsuit from one side or the other. There's, exactly as he mentioned, in the city of San Diego, there's homelessness, and the people that are homeless decides to be homeless. Because if you have a shelter, the people that are doing drugs are not gonna wanna be there because they have rules. And one of the rules is not doing drugs. They decide not to be in there. So regardless of us spending money on putting shelters, they will not be fully occupied, wasted funds. People that are also drugged commit crime, can hurt a child, can hurt a person. That's the other side of the coin they're not mentioning to you. It's unfortunate that these nonprofits have been given millions of dollars, and instead of trying to work with you in a way to invest those funds in a shelter, they prefer to spend the money on lawsuits. So that's what I just want to let you know. Thank you so much.
Order. Thank you, ma'am.
Received a public comment via email from Eugenio Ramos. Dear Council, I'd like to take this moment to thank you for you all for taking the hard decision to penalize campers. You all voted for that change unanimously. So as we, the residents, also did the same in the voting booths, we voted for that change. You all are the change we are the residents. We, the residents, asked for. We know it's not easy, we understand, but it's necessary for many obvious reasons. The people living out in these harsh conditions need help, and not just a sandwich bag with some goods. I'm glad these people will soon have the option to get the help they need. I just hope they take advantage of the services that will be provided, obviously, if they accept. If I've noticed many nonprofits that are very bothered by the decisions that was made, but after doing some research, I've noticed that many nonprofit organizations get federal grants to help these people in need. I encourage them to do such and help, as again, a sandwich bag with few goods will not solve the problem. If anything, it's just a Band-Aid in a deep wound. Received another message from Julia Gomez opposing item number 7. Received another message from Kayla Murguia. D Dear Norikubo and City Council, I am writing to demand immediate action regarding the unjust targeting of individuals living in extreme poverty in our community. This issue is not just a local concern for Calexico, California. It is an urgent humanitarian crisis that must be addressed. The oppressive actions taken against those in dire financial situations are unacceptable, and we cannot stand by while our fellow citizens suffer without access to essential resources like shelters, which would provide them relief with oppressive heat in summer and the frigid cold in winter. Additionally, the lack of translation services exasperates their plight and prevents them from accessing the help they need. It is alarming to see that many new council members have failed to provide translation during crucial meetings, undermining the decision-making process that is supposed to serve all members of our community. With the next council meeting on March 19th marking a pivotal moment for this ordinance, I emphasize the necessity of protecting the rights of those living in poverty. These individuals are just as human as anyone with a roof over their head and access to food and education. While I understand the importance of safety for both public and private property, the proposed ordinance that imposes fines for homeless individuals simply sleeping in public places is utterly misguided. A fine of $100 for a first offense, $500 for a second offense, and a potential 3-month jail sentence do not address the root issue of homelessness. Rather, they deepen the struggles of already vulnerable individuals who are simply seeking shelter and basic necessities. Transferring homeless individuals from one location to another or overcrowding our jails is not a solution. It only serves to highlight the council's failure to recognize the severity of extreme poverty. Instead of penalizing those in need, we must convene a meeting aimed at creating meaningful support for low-income individuals. The Calexico Council must take the lead in developing a constructive plan to assist our community members who are struggling. Furthermore, the absence of translating during the critical March 5th meeting discussing homelessness is inexcusable. Many residents of Calexico do not speak English fluently, and it is vital that all citizens are informed about issues impacting their lives. Their right to understand what is happening in their community cannot be compromised. The diversity of the Imperial Valley must be respected and included in all discussions. It is evident from my own experience that many residents remain unaware of the council's actions targeting low-income individuals. In conclusion, I urge council members to shift their focus from punitive measures to meaningful solutions that truly address the needs of Calexico residents. We cannot afford to ignore the challenges our communities are facing. It is imperative that we work toward a compassionate resolution that offers struggling individuals the chance to rebuild their lives and secure a better future. The time for action is now. Thank you. Another comment was received by Christine Juan Ramirez. As a Calexico resident, I am in favor of the ordinance. My property taxes should be used for city needs and not for a certain group of people. Let's fix our city first. I know most people speaking against the ordinance, just like in the first reading, are members of non-profit for-profit organizations, Brownback Coalition, Calexico Neighborhood House, Calexico Methodist Church, Imperial Valley Equity and Justice, etc. These organizations have the solution in their hands. Why don't they join forces, buy property, and build their own shelter with all the federal and state grant money received in the last 10 years, or simply continue to apply for grants to continue their so-called mission? In the meantime, the speaker should put their money where their mouth is and take 2 people or 1 family to their own home and help to rehabilitate them. Another resource is the Calexico Wellness Clinic, nonprofit who recently received $300,000 in mental health grant. The inhuman part is to parade them at a council meeting. It's so sad to see this. Some speakers also brought up the issue of the farm workers. Why are these organizations not helping them to apply for Sentry so they can go home every night and cross the border in the morning? There is so much these organizations can do if they really want to help these individuals without demanding the city to do what they should be doing in the first place. Thank you. No more public comments.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor,
On
I do
item
just
number
have one comment. Just as was reflected, we did receive a letter from the ACLU today. We are reviewing it and we are following up on the letter. To the extent council decides to move on the consent calendar with the second reading of the ordinance, to the extent we need to make any changes to that, to the ordinance, the camping ordinance, we would bring those back to the city council.
Okay, thank you.
I
Council
motion to
members,
approve.
would you like to, huh?
I motion to approve consent agenda.
I second. So the motion is to approve the consent agenda by Councilmember Thailenda, and I'm seconding the motion. Roll call.
Mayor Diana Noricumbo,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Victor Legaspi,
Yes, but I also like to make a comment. I keep hearing the word targeting. Targeting. We're not, the city is not targeting these individuals. Yes.
Councilmember Lisa Thailenda,
Yes.
Councilmember Adriana Marquez,
Yes.
Councilmember Lorenzo Calderon.
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right. Moving on to discussion items. Item number 9, appointment of General Commissioner to the Calexico Housing Authority Board. Do you have any public comment?
No, we do not.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Legaspi, do you have any comment?
No comments.
Councilmember Thailenda?
No, no comment.
Councilmember Marquez?
Are the applicants here today?
They were, I think, Mr. Ortiz. Oh, Mr. Kim is here. Mr. Ortiz was here and he left. And no, the other two are not.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Calderon?
Yeah, I do have a comment. This agency has not had growth in many years, and yet there is need for no income, low income, and affordable housing needs to increase in this community. It is our responsibility to ensure that we collaborate and support this agency to meet the housing needs of our citizens, and yet we just had the discussion that we don't have any housing for some of these people. So it's crucial and vital that we make the right decision when we appoint this individual, because we need change in that area. And that's all I have.
Okay, so we're looking at appointment of General Commissioner to the Calexico Housing Authority Board. Does anybody want to nominate one of the applicants?
Yeah, I would like to nominate Guadalupe Zamudio.
Is there a second? Okay, does anybody have another appointment to nominate? I would like to nominate, who is this person? Alberto Ramirez. Do I have a second?
I second.
Alberto Ramirez. So we have a motion and a second for Mr. Alberto Ramirez. Roll call?
Mayor Diana Noricumbo,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Victor Legaspi,
No.
Councilmember Lisa Thailenda,
Yes.
Councilmember Adriana Marquez,
Yes.
Councilmember Lorenzo Calderon.
No.
Motion passes.
Okay. So to reflect item number 9, Mr. Alberto Ramirez is the person that has been appointed as one of the general commissioners for the Calexico Housing Authority Board. Item number 10, first reading of ordinance amending Calexico Municipal Code, Chapter 10.28 regarding parking meters and zones. Do we have a presentation?
Yes, Madam Mayor. This ordinance that's being presented to you for first reading cleans up the current ordinance that was established back in 1953. To get started with the meters, we have to establish a meter zone, and that's what this ordinance does. We cannot can't lower the prices, we can't raise the prices, we can't do anything without establishing the actual meter zone. That's why everything that's here was gone through with legal and Ms. Tremblay from BBK, mountains of expertise. So this is the first step to start adjusting the downtown parking to what we envision it to be. So this first reading basically establishes what is the meter zone itself. And then from there, the next step is going to be to approve the actual meters itself, the physical meters. And then the next step is to establish an amended ordinance to establish the actual prices and the hours to be metered. This also does a change. The prior ordinance gave all the authority to the city clerk to establish set meters and authorize meters. So this would reallocate the authority to the chief of police, who is, who has the traffic department under his belt.
Okay.
I have a couple of questions. Sure. And just as is public record, for the first question is, what is the total cost of these new meters for the city of Calexico?
So
I wasn't able to make your presence.
So right now, if we go with the proposed meters we're bringing forth, it's a 10% revenue share. So that's variable. So if revenue goes up, we're going to pay more, or the 10% goes up. Based on prior revenues of meters, we're estimated in the 20,000 a year. So it comes out, if we stay at that range for the 5 years, it'll come out to about 125,000. But like I said, obviously with credit cards, people are going to spend more, so the revenue is going to go up. After the 5th year of doing 10% revenue share, we're going to buy the meters for $1 a piece, and they'll become the property of the city of Calexico.
Well, that was my next question. How long is it going to take? You said
5 years.
The next question is, I know you had a town meeting with citizens of Calexico and also merchants. I know that there must have been some concerns that came up. My only question here is, have some of these concerns been addressed in what we're going to approve today?
So what you're approving today is just the actual zoning itself. I know there's going to probably be some concern because the language still says $1.25 an hour, but it is our intention to bring it down to the original price. But talking with the lawyer, we're not able to bring it down now because we don't have that meter zone established. So we have to establish the meter zone first before we can even talk about lowering, raising, adjusting hours. So this is the first step. This is something that should have been done back in we're cleaning up what happened in 1953. Obviously, we don't know what the laws were back then.
I understand.
So
I want the public to know.
correct. So there's one thing I want to make clear to the public is that the price that's here, it's only because that was in the ordinance before, and we can't change it until we establish the zone first. So this is going to be step 1 is establishing the meter zone. Step 2 is approving the meters itself. Step 3 will be adjusting the hours and the revenue collected by those meters.
So when you say adjusting, and this is my last question.
Sure.
They're programmable to say after 7 o'clock you can charge more.
Correct. That's going to be the plan. So some things that were presented to us at the town hall meeting was running the meters 24/7. And obviously doing a lower price during the day when businesses are open, but then when we're dealing with tourism, people going south, raising the price and metering it all night.
All right. You know, I lied to you. I have one more question.
No problem.
I think the city has approximately 3 or 4 parking lots.
Correct.
What is your plan for those?
So the plan is once we start bringing in some revenue, and I'm working on other initiatives to bring some revenue too, is to actually meter those as well. So to do parking lots, the more effective way is to do what's called LPR, where as a vehicle goes in, the LPR takes a picture of the license plate. Our potential customer comes out, types in his license plate, says, I want to pay 4 hours and park my car there, or if it's on the weekend nights, all night, but pay for the actual parking. And once he leaves, that LPR will catch it and it'll charge him accordingly. That's what my plan would be for the parking lots.
Thank you. That's all.
Thank you. Any more questions?
Yeah. I do want to ask, when this began in October of 2024, I did request for city staff to go above and beyond in terms of noticing. So were the businesses notified by mail in the parking meter zone that would be of today's meeting? Were
So
they?
that question, no, they weren't notified by mail. We posted out advertising in the Imperial Valley Press, the Calexico Chronicle. We handed out flyers individually to each business twice because we had to do a correction. And we posted up on the city website over 12 business days. So we've taken control of our city website, so now we're putting announcements. So I encourage the public for, even today's meeting is on the PD website, announcing today's meeting and talking about these meters.
But that's regarding today's meeting? So it was noticed in the newspaper, not the town hall?
No,
Today's
no.
meeting?
Town hall was noticed by the newspaper. What I'm trying to put out is that now we're actually putting announcements on the city website. So the town hall was placed on the city website over 12 days prior to the meeting. And so what I'm saying is that now we have access to that now, where we were kind of confused because you got to learn a little bit of coding to do that now. So I've taken it upon myself to learn a little bit of coding. So now even this, like I was mentioning, even today's city council meeting, it has to do with meters. I announced it too. So once we were done with the town hall, I changed the announcement and said, hey, we're going to be talking about meters today. Come to the city council meeting.
So, but you just said it was noticed in the newspaper. So what was
For
noticed in the
the
newspaper?
town hall meeting?
Yeah, but this meeting wasn't noticed in the newspaper.
No, it was not.
Okay. I did ask, and multiple times, for the town hall and for that noticing specifically. I don't see any businesses here. I have reached out, I went in person, I've talked on the phone with multiple business owners. For the next steps, it's crucial for me that we do that extra step, and for fees, you have to do it anyways. But this is a point where we go above and beyond, because from my public outreach that I conducted on my own, I had mixed feedback. Some want meters, some don't. So I think it's important that they're notified of every single step, even if it's just to introduce the ordinance. Because for someone who's not well-versed or experienced in ordinances, to me, I look at it and it can be easily interpreted as us establishing a fee. And although it's just reintroducing what's been there and cleaning up from what was done in 1958, that's not something that's common knowledge. So moving forward, on record, my expectation, and I hope that's the expectation of the rest of the council, is that they're notified and it's circulated. It's very important because they're impacted. They're immediately impacted. And one thing's government code, but another thing is transparency and going above and beyond. And a lot of cities go above and beyond. I would like us to do that, above and beyond.
Yes, ma'am.
So I understand you're posting it in the website, but not all these business owners, you can't even find them at their business because they're running around. So I think the last thing they have on their mind sometimes is looking at city web pages. That's one. Two, I did request information on numbers almost a month ago, and I would really like to see that in the follow-up, even before the meters, because I want to know cost recovery. I want to know, and this has been information that's been requested in person with finance and chief of police, and I haven't gotten it, and it's been almost a month. I want to know what it costs to provide that service. That's important. Are we actually meeting the projections that are outlined here, or are we not? That's very important information. And also, the way that we're estimating projections of what's going to be made. It's important. Whether it goes or it doesn't, this information should be provided in these items. It should be made public, and at the time of this introduction. And definitely before we go into any type of meter contract, we need to know, can we afford it? Can we not? And so, is there a necessity? Probably, yeah, definitely. I mean, we're a border city, but all these things, I'd like the data. I like to look at my data. I like to have that information for the backup. And I feel like there's some items not included and the next steps that are being alluded to that I don't feel comfortable without that information. So I ask, please, that we have that information also available for the public. We need to know, is it feasible? Are we getting return on investment?
Yes, ma'am.
So I see the ROI projected here, but I need the backup. I need to know how we got to those projections. And public outreach. I've always talked about public outreach, and I think that we need to go a little bit above and beyond.
That's fine.
Thank you.
Councilmember Marquez? Okay, well, I do have a comment. How much was it gonna cost us to mail them out a notice?
So, when we submitted it in the water bill, it cost us about $1,000 just to have the flyers printed, folded, and stuffed into the mail with the water bill. To do the actual singular mail, obviously postage is now 67 cents for the stamp. Obviously, you're paying also for the envelope, for the flyer, so you're looking at about $5,000.
Yeah. About $5,000, yeah. So even though I do agree that we should go above and beyond, spending $5,000 to let them know something that we have been talking about for months, $5,000 is a lot of money. I would really like to get this moving. I've been in meetings also with staff, with you. Maybe other people need more, clarification or more detail. As far as I'm concerned, I'm ready to move forward with this because the city is losing money. The downtown area needs to have, we can't keep bearing the cost of the traffic controllers and what's going on downtown without receiving this money, these fees. So we were here at the town hall meeting for the parking meters. There were various business owners here, and even they expressed that a lot of the downtown owners don't participate, and they let them know, and they don't go. They weren't here. We probably had like 8 or 10 business owners. And they announced it, and they even went to other business owners, and they invited them to come. And I think it's already been too long. I believe we need to move forward with this. I'm confident in the calculation that we had initially made, even though we're not discussing the fees right now, but they're covering the costs. I just can't. I don't find a reason to keep seeing this prolonged. We need to start getting these fees. We need to start collecting these fees. And I wouldn't agree with paying $5,000 to get these business owners to come out here, and more than likely they're not going to come out.
So no one's asking to pay $5,000, but I'm asking to go above and beyond. So the public outreach is very important because I go and I frequent downtown a lot in multiple businesses, and I get told all kinds of things, not just from parking meters. Do we have to spend $5,000? No, but there's other ways to go about and conduct public outreach. With that said, no one's saying to not move forward, but the data needs to be there, and the essence of transparency, because in theory, it is covering costs, but we truly don't know that because we don't have the data, the cost recovery numbers or anything like that. And the projections here are the old projections from last year, April 2024. And with those old projections, when we reviewed it with Acting City Manager Contreras and you, Chief, we were not meeting the projections. No. For June, July, and August before they got suspended. So it's important to have that data. For me it is, and to be transparent with what we're spending. So with that said, that's all I have. And thank you.
Okay. And nobody has any more comment? No. Do we have a motion to approve the first reading of ordinance amending Calexico Municipal Code, Chapter 10.28 regarding parking meters and zones?
I'll make the motion.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay. Motion by Mayor Pro Tem Legaspi, seconded, I didn't hear. Councilmember Marquez. Okay, roll call?
Mayor Diana Noricumbo?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Victor Legaspi?
Yes.
Councilmember Lisa Thailenda?
Yes.
Councilmember Adriana Marquez?
Yes.
Councilmember Lorenzo Calderon?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, future agenda items, Mayor Pro Tem Legaspi.
Yes, I would like City Manager Rick to have the Calexico Police Department and the Fire Chief work on a coffee with a first responders. There is such thing as coffee with a cop, but I'd like to turn this into coffee with the first responders. Chief, we can make this happen soon, so we can let the community know that we're working together as a team and that we need assistance from them. Also, I would like the chief to work in conducting a neighborhood watch program along with a business watch program, if possible, with the businesses. If we can work on that. Yeah. Also, regarding to the traffic issues, the complaints regarding employees out there, our city employees, allegedly not behaving out there, I would really like for that to be looked upon and see what happened out there. Well, what happened? Why did we do what we did? Allegedly. So, if you guys can look into that. Were they the contractors?
Yeah, it was a contractor.
Okay. Well, I mean, we still need to look into that matter so that doesn't repeat itself. Also, in regarding to the plaque awards, I know that it takes about 45 days in order for us to award a plaque. If we can look at amending the policy to 30 days. So, for the future agendas. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Thailenda?
Can we have, I believe it was requested a few council meetings ago, an update on the CFDs, where we're at, the foreclosure of the foreclosure process of the property at La Jolla Palms subdivision. And in that update, please include the other CFDs where we're at, and I would like also, very important, the original plan for the Cordova Park to be reviewed as to what those CFD monies were supposed to pay for and how the changes came about, because it's very difficult to change CFDs that are tied to a bond. So if we could get a review of what that park's original plan was to be included with this update, I would really appreciate it. Just to put, this whole myth, and like Mythbusters bust the myth, because it's very confusing. Some say it's this, some say it's that. And that money that these people are paying, there's a legal obligation for that CFD to perform in such a way as to how it was bonded out and created. And I do have, I'd like an update on the trash cans in downtown. I know that a lot of us have been driving around. There's a lot of feedback going on social medias. And I do see an improvement, and per the business community, they also are seeing an improvement in the areas where the trash cans were removed. So if we can get an update on that and or have it on discussion action, because I know that there's areas where there was a lot of trash where the trash cans that weren't removed were left, and those are the areas that are still really bad, full of trash. And the areas where the trash cans were removed, it's great.
It's counterintuitive.
Okay. Councilmember Marquez?
Piggyback on that, I had requests for the trash cans to be removed and refurbished, but I think this is the second time that I'm asking for the remainder ones to be removed. I know that I had spoken to Public Works in regards to that, so I don't know what the holdup is in regards to that. I don't know if anybody can give me an answer of when they're going to be removed. Why next week? And then also with the Cordova Park, I want to know what the legality of it has been. We've heard from the community members in regards to how they have changed the layout, how they, then again, City Council has had agreements and MOUs. I really think that we need to put this puppy to bed, because it's really creating a split in our community, and we need to be able to support all of our community members and come to a resolution in regards to this. So we need to go ahead and look into that. And very unpopular. I know that Mr. Daniels did go and visit the water treatment plant. What are we going to do in regards to that? I know past council didn't want to take action on it, but we're going to have to deal with it. And so we need to know where we're standing in regards to the water plant. So we need to bring that up. Unpopular, but it has to be done. Thank you.
Councilmember Calderon?
Again, I made some suggestions last board meeting, and hopefully they can come through. One of them was cannabis, and the other one was, I believe, it was yours, correct? It was two suggestions. I can't remember. Well, I know one of them was the cannabis and so forth. But the one I have today is the cat situation throughout Calexico. What are we doing about these cats? I mean, there's cats everywhere, and we need to come up with a plan.
It's spring.
Well, people are complaining, and cats we need to come up with a plan to not to have more cats around our neighborhood. So I think that was one. But most important, and I'm telling you, all of you, that I want a presentation from Susan Myers. I want her to tell me where we sit right now. It's close to June, and we need to find out the real truth. Because we all know we can move monies from here, from there, and we say that our budget is balanced, but let's hear from the lady that would know and could tell us. This is not a request, but I want to thank Mr. Daniels for being candid with us. I think the public needs to know where we stand. Our facilities, our infrastructure are failing, and we have to fix them. I think it's important. I mean, we have monies there that we've been paying interest on that we have not taken action on, and we need to take action. Before we have to face our community, and like you said, oh, we need to boil some water now. It's not right. So again, thank you for bringing it up, because our public deserves to know. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to second the cat problem situation. Wow, so we can write down the lists. I'm going to, my wish list for the next agenda item. I'm going to second the cat problem situation. 3 days ago, there was a dead cat 2 blocks from my house. Today, I walked by the beach canal, and there was a floating, bloated cat. I didn't know if it was a catfish, but catfish don't have paws, so it was a cat. So, and it was in water, and I don't know where that water goes to, so that was pretty scary when you see dead animals inside water. It is a problem. We had brought it up before, but I don't know what's getting done, but it needs to be addressed. It can no longer be ignored. I'm gonna third the trash can situation, but since you said it's gonna be gone by next week, then great. And I'm talking about trash cans in downtown. Continuing on with downtown, I would like you to look at the business signage ordinance downtown. There's a lot of tarps, canvases hanging. I believe that it goes against our ordinance. So if you could look into those, it's part of our plan to beautify downtown. So if you could look into those and start enforcing what our ordinance says. The MOU with the intergovernmental agency that's going to help us with the Heber Park, I would really like to see that by next meeting, so that we can consider it for a vote. Cordova Park. It's painful now to hear this situation, and it's not going anywhere with, you know, this league and this sport and this going on. So I think the only option is to look at the legality, like they've been saying. I would really like our city attorney to get involved, our city manager get involved, and city clerk maybe collect the history of what happened down the road of when these changes to the design of this park started, if they were even legal, and so we can put this to rest, because this is a never-ending story. It's something that's been in dispute for almost 10 years or more. So we got to put it to rest, and let's be the ones to put that to rest. So signage, and then also the Hearthstone situation. Today it was a demonstration of what could happen when you only have one entrance. Aside from all the inconvenience it caused, the 250 families that live there, we literally almost were going to have people physically hurting each other. So if we can start having conversations with the IID to see what it takes to underground the beach canal, and then and the possibility of doing that empty lot and trying to do something with it to see if somehow from that or anywhere else we can build the entrance that community needs, because I don't know. I mean, that was a pretty bad situation. People were boxed in today, and so, and I'm not just saying the contractors. It's the contractor is the what do you call it? That's not the root of the problem. The root of the problem is there's no second entrance. There's no other entrance. That's the root, and that needs to be addressed. The contract was just the issue with the contractor was something that happened because of the problem. But we need to get rid of that problem by the root, and also find a solution for that situation. So that's all I have. So do I have a motion to adjourn?
Before we motion to adjourn, a couple of things. Just for the record, are we removing these trash cans permanently from downtown?
Yeah, and we want to maybe put them out, get the nicer ones, get them painted, make them look nice, and put them in our park.
So there's not going to be any trash cans downtown. So I'm coming from Mexicali, I'm making an hour line, I have a drink and so forth. Where am I going to throw my trash?
I would say wherever the people downtown in El Centro throw their trash. They put it in their car. So the way I see it, our business owners, for example, as the business owners downtown, they're responsible for the trash that they generate. If people are coming across Mexicali and they're, carrying somewhere, they could put it in, if they're going into Jack or they're going into a business, there will be a trash can there. It just hasn't.
I mean, I just for my information, because I thought we were only going to remove them, clean them, make them look nice, paint them, whatever, and put them back. But all right,
I mean, if it's something you would like it to go to a vote, we can put it
I think the
to a vote.
decision was already made. I mean, I'm just asking because I'm kind of confused here. We're complaining about downtown being dirty, and yet we're not going to give them an avenue to be able to throw their trash when they have trash. But we can discuss that.
Yeah, it's not on the agenda. If we want to
you
have a discussion item, we can put it on the agenda.
So let's put it on the agenda for a vote. I mean, if that's what it needs to get to, I mean.
These are pros and cons here. I mean, if we're going to hold people accountable, I don't want the chief to be spending time writing somebody up because he or she is littering and throwing
Well,
trash.
they shouldn't be littering.
So when he's supposed to be taking care about the matters.
It's $1,000 fine for littering.
Yeah.
So we should.
Make some money.
Let's have them
But
litter.
in regards to the Hearthstone situation today, it was bad planning. I know there's only one entrance to your area. However, this should have been done at night when there was less traffic and everybody is asleep. You would deal with one individual or two going into that complex, but this is something that the contractor should be thinking about, and I don't know what went wrong here, but that company should have been paving that intersection at night where there is less impact. So whoever's talking to these companies, make sure that they get it right and they give their staff some professional training so they don't disrespect our citizens. All right, that's all I have.
I suggest we find a permanent solution for that situation. But, so, okay, do we have a motion to adjourn?
I make the motion.
Okay, second by Councilmember Calderon, roll call.
Mayor Diana Noricumbo.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Victor Legaspi.
Yes.
Councilmember Lisa Terlinda.
Yes.
Councilmember Adriana Marquez.
Yes.
Councilmember Lorenzo Calderon. Motion passes.
Okay, motion, a meeting adjourned at 10:50 PM.